What is up, everybody? Time to get murdered by the challenge quest. That's, not challenge quest. It might as well be hunting quest. Speaking of challenge quests, like, I realized that last stream, it's been like 4 months since they actually made a challenge quest for this game. Like, what? Like, I don't even get it. Like, we have not had a new event since the Idol event. So I'm like, what have they been doing? Right? Like what, like, are we operating on a skeleton crew here? Like, it's messed up, man. Hey, look, 50 SQ though. I'll take that. Alright, 10 summon tickets, that's not bad either. Alright, let me log in the 1 to 3 star account so I don't know, I'm not... if this one's harder than the last one, we might fail again, but we shall see. He said Lost Belt 6 took too much work and their time. I don't really, like, here's the thing. I've been following video games for a long time, and you know, there's a lot of people in the industry, and Akho is easily compared to a lot of other companies, because a lot of other companies make comparable games, and so on and so forth, with similar budgets, and in many cases smaller budgets. Like the BlazBlue game clearly has a smaller budget, Epic 7 clearly has a smaller budget. You know, those are very small games with much smaller amounts of profit. And you know, when you look at like pound for pound, like the work that goes into animations in Epic 7 for enemies, bosses, new characters, all that kind of stuff, and you know, Grand Blue Fantasy, so on and so forth. You know, you can. Some of the games have comparable workloads. Some of them have greater workloads. All kinds of stuff. So there's what I'm getting at is you have other games that make less money than Akho, have equal or greater demand on like what's required to make new content, and even though they're making less money, they're somehow putting out significantly more content than Akho does, right? By like leaps and bounds sometimes, depends on the game. But if truly Lost Belt 6, because you know DW doesn't do the writing, right? They don't do that. They don't do the art. You know, they don't do any of that. They just do the technical side of stuff. So new monsters, you know, stuff like that. The enemy AI, the bosses, the backgrounds. You know, presumably they do the backgrounds. Who knows? They could outsource it. We don't know. But they don't do the writing. They don't do the art. They don't do the music. They don't do that stuff. So those things obviously take time. But that lot, like Nasu said, he was done with the writing like months ago, right? So when you look at Lost Belt 6, it's like, okay, if this took that much of their time, what did they actually do? There's like, what, 3 new mobs in Lost Belt 6? And most of them are reskins of old mobs? Like, and like the new blob mobs are cool and everything, but you can't tell me that took that much work, because it, you know, their animations are pretty damn simple here. Wow, it fired a glue blob. Oh shit. It's like that should not take you. That's like, it shouldn't be some massive undertaking, because they really just didn't add that much in Lost Belt 6 when it comes to like the DW side of things, right? Like I can buy that the people that do the music took them a while to come up with those songs. I can buy that took Nasu a long time to write that stuff, but we know for a fact that he was done months ago, right? So it's like, well, what's the holdup on DW's end then, right? Like how are a few trash mobs and a few boss models that most of which don't even move? You know, no offense to Fluffy here, but Fluffy's not exactly the pinnacle of 3D model design at all, right? I've literally seen, you know, better model work and animation from students, right? You know, Fluffy doesn't even move, right? It just spins, and there's no actual animation work, and it's not like the quality of the model is 10 out of 10 here, right? So there should be no world where Lost Belt 6 has just, you know, put them that far behind, right? Like, if that's true, then there's a much bigger problem going on here. All right, well, let's, hold on, I gotta get on the 1 to 3 star count. Whoops, that is not how I do that. Just move it over here, gotta bring it up on the emulator. Hopefully it doesn't make me like crash or anything, but we shall see. Toxic streamer insults this adorable Fluffy. I mean, look, I'm not saying I don't like Fluffy. I'm just saying from a a game dev standpoint, it's not like that should take that much effort to create. And again, there's no actual animations, right? He don't move. Yeah, they did make a full model for it, even though you don't normally see it. But I think they did that so when you use NPs on him, it doesn't look insane. Okay, I got the other account up here. Alright, so it is a Rider Day. Clearly, we should summon the other Stheno, right? That's the way to go. Speaking of which, I wasn't planning on leveling any skill ranks or, you know, leveling much until I got farther in the game. But out of curiosity, I do want to know. We have 7 blue gems. Okay, yep, that's we wouldn't really get anywhere there, even if we wanted to. It's almost like the main story needs to give you some skill gems or something. That's a concept. Oh god, I have to patch the 1 to 3 star account. All of this to just summon a support. I guess I summon 100 face. Do not know why the volume is so loud. Also, my music is not on random. Fix that. Alright. Takes like 9 years to actually get into FGO here. Alright, 100 face, I guess, I'm trying to think, do I want Jeweled Sword or Ryoto Temple? I'm gonna say Ryoto Temple because we need to actually do damage. Okay. Oh, and before Catastrophe. Hey, Icy, thank you for the 5 pennies. That's totally what that is. Is a nickel enough to make you reconsider summoning Stheno? I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, and we already summoned her, so, you know, it is what it is. And here's an example, right? Whoever has to, like, take the text that Nasu writes and actually put it in the game, that's so much text, that probably takes a while, right? But that shouldn't shut down what all the other devs do, right? Like, and this is what a lot of developers do. When you get to a certain point where it's like, okay, the thing we're waiting on is the art assets, we have everyone else on the team just move on and start working on something else, right? So, you know, once the mobs are created for Lost Belt 6 and so on and so forth, and if you're just waiting on the guy to, you know, type the stuff into the game, you know, have the rest of the devs do something else, right? Like, I shouldn't even have to explain that, and I doubt that's the problem, but it really is bizarre. I'm not disappointed when it comes to, like, the music and the voice acting and the artists. You know, those things you expect to take time, and those come out at the pace that you'd expect them to come out at. But what I am disappointed in is definitely DW, because the stuff they do, it just doesn't make sense that we get so little of it. Like, it just doesn't. I always say this, but it just seems like they're operating on a skeleton crew, and they're doing the bare minimum to get by, instead of what, you know, what in trying to excel, right? And as I said last stream, though, it could just be Aniplex not giving them enough staff, not giving them enough budget, and their hands are tied, right? It could be that, but... Okay, well, I guess Stheno actually gets to be good here because we're fighting riders. What do I give her? One of these. I have no DPS. Oh boy. Guess they'll go with that. No, we'll go with Cope Scope. Do we, though? We lose 500 attack. I'll go with this one. These quick cards. Hans is kind of bad here. I'm not sure there's any point in bringing characters other than these. This will just take away from the deck at that point. I feel like David CE is not going to do anything. I have Atlas, but I think default is fine. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that Hergblurg, where, and I see it too. It's like that thing with the PvP It's almost like he was trying to word that in a way where he wouldn't upset the corporate overlords, but he was trying to let the player base know that they don't even want to do it, they just have to do it, right? That's absolutely what that sounded like. Which I can buy it, you know, that's very common for the higher up, you know, the suits that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, especially when a game starts to struggle, to just force the developer to just slap, you know, insert fad or trend here, thinking that's going to make them money, instead of actually understanding the game and looking at what it really needs to improve. Because, I mean, the fact that they're putting development time into PvP when they actively know the player base doesn't want it, it's just, it's ridiculous, right? But the way he worded that, I do suspect that it's something that higher-ups are making them do because they want more money. They're like, well, and it's a very typical thing where instead of focusing on, you know, ways to actually improve the game or actually bring in new players, they try to milk the players they already have. And the thing is, it'll work to an extent. You know, PvP in the long run might kill FGO. It really might. Like, I think it could really hurt the interest in the game a lot if they add PvP into FGO. But in the short term, there is enough whales that want to show off and they want to flex, and they'll spend as much money as it takes to be the most meta they can be in PvP, and they will make short-term money from it. Like, they absolutely will. Now, it might be bad for the game in the long run, but that's why, you know, the higher-ups see it as a good thing. And they're like, all the other games are doing it, so why don't we do it? That's how, I think, how they're gonna see it. Typical publisher mindset there. But you know, it'd be so much better if they spent that time fixing up the early game, making the balance of the mobs and bosses actually relative to the real player strength at that point in the game, and you know, adding game modes like a boss rush mode or a challenge tower or, you know, new game plus or whatever. You know, there's all kinds of other things I think you could do to make the game a lot better, where PvP is just going to be bad for it. I really am disappointed about that. If we'll see, you know, maybe it just doesn't work. I mean, maybe their internal testing, it makes it really obvious that PvP won't work in this game. But, you know, who knows? It might even be where, like, you know, Aniplex tells them you have to put PvP in the game. And then so they just come up with the best they can. And even if it's obvious it's terrible, they add it anyway, right? Okay, George is already dead. Can't say that's the best. Also, the deck just shuffled in a pretty crappy way. Let's see. Don't think I can charm zombies. And think about it. The new coin system, that would interact with PvP in such a horrible way. Because that extra 20% starting NP would be really relevant in PvP. And so if a new popular character comes out that people want to test out in PvP, or maybe if they think it might be meta, if they're a whale, they're going to have to get it like NP 7 or 8. Because they're not going to wait to get the coins from an event. They got to get the coins now. It's just, it feels absolutely like milking the existing player base instead of trying to bring in new players and keep new players. It's just the wrong focus in my mind. But that's enough of that. Let's move on to greener pastures. And by that I mean we have absolutely no content, so we're going to do Oceanus and hunting quests, but you know. Okay, what's the play here? I could NP. Won't necessarily kill. I could put the invulnerability on Stheno and then evade on 100 Face. I'll put the invulnerability on 100 Face, though she can NP the 91k one, and we can kill the 4k one, but we won't kill the 91k one. Just don't hit Stheno. No problem. Although maybe I should have just evaded, because then I get the art up, potentially, and that would actually be good. I should have done art quick there for the NP gain. Stars aren't that good. I don't really want to play Darkest Dungeon, but I wouldn't mind playing some other games at some point. Haven't done a bonus stream in a while. Well, I would have preferred you hit 100 Face, but I'll take that. Please do 21k. Just casually crit with everything, okay. Dude, I would be so bad at Dead Cells if I played Dead Cells right now. Yeah, it's a pretty hard game, especially when you slot enough Dead Cells, roll credits, but it really is a hard game, and then if I'm this out of practice, it'll be brutal. But I guess that's some of the fun of it. You know, watching streamer die. Okay, I think I'm gonna art chain here. If the rod attacks me, I might get my... Nope, not even close. But I don't have art up or art down. I think his hit count's pretty high though. I like how it hit everything but 100 phase. The music is still not on random. Whoops. David is obviously on the animation update waiting list, but where his placement on that is hard to say. He's decently popular for a low star, so it's kind of a shame that they haven't done anything with him yet. Although what's really crazy is that Matahari hasn't gotten an animation update. She's definitely a popular bronze. Same for Mozart and Shakespeare, really. Oh my god! What the fuck is that damage? I know he has double attack up, but Jesus Christ. Trash mob, by the way. What the hell? Oh, that's not good. I'm wanting to save Stheno's NP, but, oh, shit. Maybe I evade Stheno? Jesus Christ, dude. What's the play? I almost... Maybe I should have not evaded and just done Stheno's NP to remove the attack buffs. Do a quick chain, try to get NP on 100 phase. This thing needs to die next turn. I would rather not NP if I can help it, but I don't think I'm gonna have to. Okay, that was a crit. If I had actually bothered to level up Stheno's skills, she would have a bigger attack up and she could use it right now, and she could potentially kill. Okay, it doesn't have the attack ups, so I think I don't need to do 100 faces. Second skill. Maybe Stheno can just crit here. That would be swell. I feel like I'm about to regret the decisions that I'm making. Fuck. Well, if she had crit with the Buster, I don't think she would have killed, but she would have been really close. Can you stop critting? Oh my god, she's dead! What is this thing doing? Oh my god! Berserker with crit chance, by the way. Well... This is not good. The only good news is we're guaranteed to have our buff success chance buff. So we'll land our art up no matter what. Magic Stick H. Oh, thank God it's only one. I will say though, it has the danger tag, and with how hard that stick just hit, this thing is probably gonna rip us to shreds, but... Oh my god, I already used the evade. Oh, that was a mistake. Well, good luck. Thank God we have giant ass crit down, because the crit down from 100 phase pretty much guarantees this thing can't crit us. So that ought to buy us at least a turn. Yeah, 100 phase solo, let's go. Nice shade of green on this thing though. It's essentially Van Gogh in true form. It's the nymph spirit part of it anyway. Because like, here's the thing, people were saying like Van Gogh's like Burgess and Sith, but there are some similarities, but it really isn't the same because like Van Gogh actually has Van Gogh's Saint Graph for some fucking reason. That's like the whole thing got like transferred over and whatnot. So it's if anything, it's more like Vortigern. Well, no, they're all pretty unique because Van Gogh is like, you know, the memories and Saint Graph of Van Gogh, but not actually Van Gogh. It's that, you know, it's like the powers and stuff are given to the nymph. Where Vortigern is Vortigern, but he thinks he's Oberon, but he's not actually mixed with like Oberon's actual, you know, self or anything, right? So that's different as well. So all three things are unique bullshit, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna do the attack up now. I thought about maybe waiting for another one and have double art resist down, but I'm just gonna take it when I know I can get it, so. Guess I'll just do this. Please don't kill me. Yep, I saw that, Red, that Time Moon's gonna try to copyright strike like literally anything Tsukihime related. Which, you know, yeah, that's some good PR right there. We didn't... Oh, I don't think we would have killed there anyway. Oh, thank God. Yeah, thanks to our double crit. Look at that! Look at that, though! That almost halfway killed me. And if we did get crit there, we could have been one shot, even though we're counterclassing. That is some bullshit. Anyway, so I will say it is for visual novels, it is uniquely difficult for them because, like, for RPGs, even ones with story, there's still such a gameplay element and sometimes a player choice element, right? Well, I guess visual novels have player choice elements too, but you know, for a lot of video games, even if they're story driven, there's still a massive incentive to play it yourself and experience it at your own pace. Also, not to listen to some asshole, I don't know, named Green or something, you know, talking over the story, right? So if you want to actually get into a story, you know, watching it a lot of times is not going to be the best a form to do it. But I think it is harder for visual novels because they are just text, right? Now, obviously, they can add visual elements and there is player choice and that kind of stuff. So you know, there still are a lot of reasons to play it yourself, opposed to watching someone else play it, obviously. But it's not the same as like FGO. There's such a huge part of, you know, playing it yourself, figuring it out yourself, you know, and then seeing how someone else address, you know, it's very different, right? So I get the fear from visual novels, but it's overall I think it is unwarranted. And although you may lose some sales through people, you know, watching a Let's Play or whatever, but that's going to happen regardless, right? And a lot of those people, again, probably weren't actually planning on buying it in the first place, because welcome to the internet. It's such bad marketing and PR that I don't think it's a good move at all. And in some areas, it's a legal gray area, so it's, you know, some companies will play ball, and because it's their platform, they can do whatever they want, but not all platforms will. Obviously, they're just going to ignore those platforms, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a good PR move at all, and like ultimately, I think the best thing they can do is just when it's 2021, you need to just embrace the internet, and you need to try to market your products through it, and, you know, let hype build up from it and things like that. You know, it's like a lot of games that may have limited replayability still a lot of times get really popular on Twitch or whatever, and it does drive a lot of sales to them, right? It does, and you may miss out on some sales, but generally you're going to gain more sales from the hype. And Tsukihime has been kind of lucky in that it really has built up a decent amount of hype just from Time Moon's popularity through FGO and Fate Zero and Limited Blade Works and all that, the animes and things like that. So I think they'd be better off riding the hype wave instead of trying to stifle it. But unfortunately, Japan is not exactly, as we talked about last stream, not exactly good at understanding, you know, the internet. So I'm not really surprised that they're behaving that way, but I am kind of disappointed because it's kind of shit. But to be honest, not to be a hater, but I'm not really that big of a Tsukihime fan in the first place. I don't mind it, and, you know, I'm interested just because it's part of the Natsuverse, but I've never really liked Tsukihime that much. And, you know, if they're going to behave this way and, you know, limit their marketing and limit their, you know, community and everything, it's kind of their loss, and, you know, I'm not really going to cry over it. Fake fan, indeed. But yeah, I've just never, I don't like the Shiki in Tsukihime at all. I think he's kind of a tool, right? I'm not really a fan of him. I don't really like Arkawade that much. I don't mind her, but I've never been like, oh man, Arkawade's awesome. She's kind of just there. I like some of the antagonists in Tsukihime, but they get so little screen time. I mean, dear God. Like, I feel like, you know, it depends depending on which Fate work, but I think overall Fate normally flushes out their, or at least gives their bad guys more screen time than Tsukihime did. Now, who knows? The remake might be, you know, a different beast and all that, but I don't know. I've never really cared that much about Tsukihime, and I certainly don't care about the romance angle and all that. It's just not my cup of tea. So, you know, if they just like stifle it, make it really hard, especially for NA fans. Like, NA fans are pretty fucked right now. It's not releasing over here. It's not on PC. You know, it's not on any platform, right? It's kind of fucked up. So I'm kind of just like, it's their loss. You know, I don't really care that much. Okay, so does anyone else feel like we just got carried by 100 Face? Because I don't with 3-star craft essences and being limited at level 70, I don't think a lot of 3-stars would have been able to do that other than 100 Face, considering how bad this account is and how hard those mobs hit. Like no joke, I hate to, you know, throw a Vol under the bus here, but like if that was Jinkei, I'm pretty sure we would have lost pretty handily, because not only she might do more damage on turn 1, but then she doesn't continuously keep the damage up, and we don't have that massive crit down, right? And so we could just get crit and die, and we didn't get the evade, because we got attacked the first time, took no damage, and then got attacked for real and went to like half health. But we had the crit down, and we had, like I said, the evade earlier, where if it's Jinkei, you don't have the evade, you don't have the crit down, you could just die, and she potentially would need another turn or 2 to kill the enemy, so you're gonna get attacked an extra time or 2. Now do it with Serenity. That would actually be interesting, although I think Serenity would fail too, to be honest. Oh yeah, if she's 100, I think she could do it. 300k is not so bad at 100. I think at 100 she could definitely do it, but at 70 with the 3-star craft essence, I'm not so sure. I think she could do it at 70 though with a good craft essence, because that's, I mean, 3-star craft essences are fucking trash, right? And that's a big part of why that's like a struggle what we just did there. But yeah, at 100 she could definitely do it, like, absolutely. But because you'll win faster and you have more time to work with because you have more health. But Serenity, let me look at her kit again. She has no survivability. She has a skill crit down, so that helps. It's a matter of damage. The lack of survivability is really bad though, because even 100 Face could have died there if she didn't have the evade, if it gotten unlucky. Well, not actually, she couldn't have because of the crit down. But okay, if 100 Face didn't have the evade or the crit down, 100 Face could have died there. Kind of a good unit, by the way. Okay, let's see. Where is Serenity? Didn't they buff her? Right. So she can skill seal, that's actually bad. The NP seal wouldn't matter. I don't think you could proc death chance there, so that doesn't matter. Poison wouldn't really matter. Her crit down would be helpful. The stars would be helpful. Ugh, oh man, Serenity's not that good there though. Like, she just, like, most of her skills don't do anything. Like, poison doesn't do anything, the utility stuff, death ray doesn't do anything. She basically has art up, and then an upgraded NP. But 100 Face has that as well. I don't know, she might be able to do it by the skin of her teeth if she gets lucky. But I wouldn't count on it. That was actually pretty nasty. If it didn't cost 40 AP, I would test it. Right? I would use all the 3-star assassins with 3-star craft essences and see how they do, but it costs 40 AP, so I don't really want to do that. A Grailed Kojiro could do it, like, no problem. 61, that'd be rough. It does have the evade, though. Yeah, I actually might be able to do it. That'd be tough. It's level 60. That's slow stats. Okay, how is this account even doing on mana prisms? I don't think it's doing that well. It is not. Because, you know, we haven't had an event in 4 months, so, well, there was Nero Fest, but that was a rerun, and a rerun, actually, and, I didn't have the account back then. But, we're gonna have the summer event coming up, so I basically just need to get enough mana prisms to buy these faux items before the shop resets, because then when the shop resets, we're gonna have the summer event, and I can easily get the faux items again. And then I can get the faux items from summer itself. So that's 3 sets of faux items. That'll be really good for this account. I really think they should have reran something though. Like, if for whatever reason their development cycle's all fucked up right now, and honestly, they're probably having hiring issues, I suspect, because we know some, you know, people quit, and it's not easy to just hire good devs, right? Like, it's not that simple. So there's a lot of things that could mess up, like the work pipeline and stuff. So if they're dealing with stuff like that, I think they should just rerun something or do a main interlude, right? Like, that's a pretty good way to calm the masses, right? Because you can give a lot of, especially main interludes. Honestly, I suspect if they reran like Kentucky's event, like through a main interlude, and they actually gave out the CEs again, like you could get Golden Carp and Golden Sumo, I think people would be happier with that than actually a new event. Like, I'm serious. Some people would be disappointed because they already have Kentucky and blah 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 blah. But there are so many players that started playing after the Rider Kentucky and after those CEs, and they're both popular character and gameplay wise, and like you could give them an animation update and that kind of thing, and that would, Jesus Christ, that would get people excited. Like people would love a main interlude for that event. I think it's not like the best story or anything, but it's just the loot is so good, and it hits raids, fun raids and stuff. So I think people would be pretty hyped for that, opposed to just some random ass event. It'd be a great way to kill time until summer. So I like how we have two welfares that you can get at any time, and that is BB and Attila Archer. And I gotta say, neither of those are that amazing. Neither of them are bad. They're definitely not shitty welfares. There's really only one shitty welfare, and no, there's two actually. There's Nobu, the super shitty one, and then Caster Liz, which is not useless, but not that great either. They're like Big Joker and Little Joker, right? In cards, right? The jokes of the deck, if you will. Oh yeah, Cha-Cha. I blocked that from my mind. I always forget that she's a welfare. I just blocked that from my mind. She's not so good. I mean, oh my god, she already wasn't that good, but then they buffed Dorius. It's like, oh, what is the point of that little runt? I can't believe they haven't buffed Nobu. I cannot believe that. They buffed Shiki. Imagine buffing Shiki, one of the better welfares, that you leave Nobu over there, like dying in the corner. It's like you got Shiki that's already well fed, and it's like I got a snack, got ice cream, right? And then Nobu's over there starving, is like super thin, and is like, feed me, and then you come in here with like a pizza, and you just give it to Shiki, and then you're just like, shut up, Nobu, you're fine. It's like, goddamn. Alright, what are we doing here? This might be a boss? Yeah, and they buffed Nobu Avenger, and they buffed Nobu Berserker. What the fuck? Imagine having a level 100 Nobu. Okay, we don't want to summon a level 70, that's too much at this point. We'll summon, I guess, Drake for the dramatic Rider v Rider. I'm not sure if we're actually fighting a boss here or not, though. I don't know what's going on right now. I'll bring a serious team. I say serious, but I mean handicapped, but bringing things that make sense, right? I'll do that, just in case. I really need to level Kojiro more, because level 30 is okay. You know what, can I upgrade him again? Is he gonna be this account's assassin? I feel like I'm screwing myself. I keep leveling shit that's like, oh hey, look, we're being different, and then we're gonna get to the point where it's like, everything on this account is suboptimal. I might be able to work out the 100 face and Kojiro. What are Kojiro's mats? Let me look at this here. Like, it's just so much smarter to level 100 face, because she's not just a good assassin, she's just good oh boy, he needs hero proofs. Can't say I'm happy about that. What does 100 face take? Because 100 face gives you the massive crit down, and there are just so many bosses that's good. There's no world where I level Jin K. I actually hate saying that too, because I like Jin K just fine, right? Like, voice actress does a good job, cool design, great NP animation, like seriously, such a good NP animation. And she's not as bad as some of the other units in the game. It's just there is no reason to level her at all. Right? It's just so pointless. Alright, let me look at 100 Faces mats. She uses Kojiro's bones and hero proofs. She's Void Dust and Bones. Oh god, that's a lot of bones. I probably shouldn't level Kojiro, but I mean, maybe we level him, but we just don't level his skill ranks. She has insta-death. Yeah, that's the good shit. Do I even have 100 face though? I don't even know if we've gotten her yet. We haven't rolled much. Okay, we do. I mean, okay. I'm gonna level 100 face like normal, but I am gonna make an effort to try to get Kojiro up on the side, because I do really like Kojiro, and we might even grail him. The thing is, if I grail him, I feel like I could level him first, though. Like, do we just, like, as soon as we hit the point in the end game that it feels like, you know, he's starting to fall behind because he's a 1-star, we just start grailing him? We lack the crit down if we do that, but we gain the style. It's so much better to grail 100 face, but I think chat would really be pissed if I grailed 100 face. Especially Eri. Eri would just be disappointed, right? Eri would just be so disappointed. And Cairo too, actually. We'll go with Kojiro for now. I mean, honestly, a grailed Kojiro really is a competent assassin. It's just when you can only level like one thing of each class, like when you're not playing the account actively, or you're not farming on the account actively. I play the account, but I don't farm on it. You don't want to miss out on really important things like 100 faces crit down, right? Like it's not ideal. Okay. We'll take him to 40, and we'll just keep him there for now. And you know, I like 100 face. 100 face is cool. I wish 100 face that was represented better and more like they actually are, like in their character material book. I would say like in Fate Zero, but let's be real, they don't have any fucking screen time in Fate Zero because they died in 7 seconds. But, you know, the actual character of 100 face is awesome, but FGO doesn't do the best job of representing that, but... And I have no hate for the female Hassan, right? She's cool and everything. It just kind of annoys me that FGO basically made 100 face just her, and then like the boys as the side gang, instead of them just being this big culmination thing, right? Like, but it's because it's easier. It's really hard to make, you know, all those unique sprites and stuff. Wait, what? Did I just... Where's my sound here? For some reason, it's only coming out of one of my... Well, I'm looking at like half audio right now. I don't even... As long as it sounds fine on the stream, though, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, I could have sent him again, but we don't need to be that high of level. So, I have a friend that always said they did not like the female Hassan because she didn't fight back when they were fighting Iskandar. Now, I would agree with that sentiment if it was almost any other scenario, right? Like if they gave up when they were fighting, like, you know, even Deermid or something, right? Because, you know, there's 100 of them. They can put up a fight against, you know, actually they're pretty advantaged in a one-on-one fight if all 100 of them are there, because they can just attack from 100 angles. It doesn't matter that their stats are lower, you know, shit like that. But against Iskandar, that's like there's the moon is falling and you have a handgun, and then like you don't shoot the moon with your handgun, and then the guy next to you is like, wow, what a bitch, you didn't even try to stop the moon, right? It's like you can't. It's like at that point, it's if anything, I like her more for just accepting her fate because she had the clarity to be like, this is completely impossible and there's no point. We are totally boned, right? You know, if anything, it requires you to keep your wits, right? Because the panic reaction is to fight back or run, right? But like they were so fucked, right? Not only is Iskandar, you know, really high, you got really high stats and such compared to them, but every 1-to-1, they're weaker than Iskandar's guys, right? This is something a lot of people don't know, but Iskandar's guys are servants. They are full-blown servants. They don't have like bitch stats or anything. They're just full-blooded servants. And so each one of them, pound for pound, is way stronger than a Hassan. And they're also like combat veterans. I mean, they're literally war veterans. They're like the cream of the crop for him. And then there's more of them than there are Hassans. But it's like 100 versus like, you know, hundreds of thousands, right? What are you gonna do? They don't have enough daggers to even go make a dent, right? Like, by some miracle, you probably wouldn't even kill one of them, but by some miracle they killed one of them, like, who fucking cares, right? Like, they were so dead, right? Like I said, it's like trying to fight the moon with a handgun. It's like, yeah, that ain't gonna work. It's like, good luck with that one. Also, hi, Cairo. Yeah, it's like a puddle versus the ocean. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. And I wouldn't have a problem with someone that wants to die fighting or whatever. Regardless, that's fine too. But if someone's like, you know what, this is completely pointless. I'm just gonna give up. You know, just accept my fate. 'Cause that's what it was. You just accepted her fate, right? The other ones were just like knee-jerk panicking. Really, that doesn't really make the other ones cooler in my book. Okay, let's see here. That being said, Zaid for 100 face skin win. I'm so annoyed that that's not a thing. What I would have done if I would have, and you could do this pretty reasonably. You wouldn't have to make a million sprites. You could use like the generic sprites for them like they already have. You make stage 1 Zaid, you make stage 2, I forgot what her name is, it starts with an A, but I literally forgot her name, feels bad. But you make stage 1 and stage 2 that, right? So if you like one or the other, because those are the two main ones that you see in Fate Zero, right? They get the most like recognition. And then you make stage 3 where like, you have Zaid and her there, and then like, just like the various generic Hassans, like, you know, kind of like they were in their concept art, right? At that point, though, that's enough work that you probably need to make them a 4-star or whatever. But I think that would work a lot better, right? And you could have like that stage 3, like incorporate more attacks from the mob, if you will, and things like that. It'd be kind of cool. Do you think they're not going to get an animation update anytime soon because they don't want to do the work because they have to make multiple models? I really think that's the reason that they haven't gotten one yet, because they dodged them like a motherfucker, dude. Like that's why they're not in the Camelot movie. Like 100%, that's why they're not in the Camelot movie. They don't want to. They didn't want to animate them. Like they were like, nope, fuck that. And yeah, I think that is gonna slow down them getting an animation update. I think they'll get one eventually, but I think it's gonna be a while on that one. Okay, what are we doing here? It's just Ryder. I could level 100 face on the side, but we'll wait for now. Careful with our XP. There is a degree of criticism that I think DW beyond deserves and is blatantly their fault. Like, just blatantly. Like, I mean, they're the ones that decided to put the budget into Sakura Wars and hire Baba, and their output compared to other games is quite sad, and those other games make less money than them and blah, 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 blah. But I do want to, give them the out, because it's, a lot of the problems could very well be Aniplex's fault. Or just bad management at the very top. Like, that happens all the time. Like, the lead dev knows better, but they can't do anything about it, right? Because the higher-ups like, nope, you gotta put PvP in the game, right? Shit like that. So, a chunk of it is unquestionably DW's fault, and there definitely is problems. Like, there's no way around that, but I do expect a lot of the problems that have resulted in like the amount of content being put out being so poor compared to other games. I think some of that is definitely like the higher ups being shit for brains. It is pretty fucked up though when you look at like Epic 7, and Epic 7 is a tiny game. They have a very small company, and they put more effort into their sprite work and stuff than DW does, and by a lot. I mean by like a lot. And they put out more content than FGO does generally. Not always. They've had a few lulls in content too, but generally speaking, they do a better job of putting stuff out. And they absolutely put more effort into like their enemy mobs. Like when they make a new monster and stuff, they put way more effort into it than FGO does. So it is kind of fucked up because again, Epic 7 just doesn't make a lot of money. So the fact that they're able to do as well as they do, and then FGO's over here and it's like, we made a blob for Lost Belt 6 and a reskin of the tiger mobs. And again, I love Fluffy's design, but his 3D model is, that's like student worthy, right? It's like default Unity asset quality of 3D model work there. And he doesn't even move. Okay, I'm doing this in case the enemy's a dragon. I tell you though, who is not phoning it in though, is a goddamn artist, man. Like craft essences have so much effort put into them, for God's sakes. Like you can seriously spend a bunch of time just going through craft essences throughout FGO's life, and it's like, Jesus Christ, there's some good art, man. When you look at like the Blaze Blue game, their equivalent to CE's, the art is just so bad, right? It's like amateur hour in comparison, right? Where FGO's artists, man, they really knock it out of the park. Like, there's like, I mean, even like just this thing, right? This is really high quality art. Cope scope? No, do it that way. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Damn it. Maybe one of these days. I'm always going over by 1. I need to limit break that. Arjuna's final ascension art with the rubber ducky. Unironically, it is really good, actually. I love his art, man. He might actually be my favorite artist in FGO. I'm not sure. That's a hard fucking call. There's some damn good ones, man. I like Herc's artist did really good. Like Herc and Zeke, man, that's awesome. I don't know. It's too hard to say to just pick one, to be honest, but it is good shit though. Okay, it is indeed dragons. Not really a boss fight though. I probably didn't need to take that long setting up the team. And there are several artists in FGO that I don't really like their art style, but that doesn't mean I think it's bad. It's just, it's not to my liking, right? None of them phone it in. I can't really think of any art that like feels, well, there's like one craft essence I can think of that is a bit phoned in. But generally speaking though, even when I don't like the art style of the artists, I still think they put in a lot of effort. And you know, it's their art and good for them, right? It's like I don't take anything. I'm never gonna be the kind of person that like has like a personal beef because I don't like someone's art style. Like Wada, or how do you say her name? Don't really like her art much, but I'm glad it exists, and they execute their aesthetic very well, right? Like very well, and there's plenty of effort put into it. But I've never really liked like that kind of art, really. But yeah, there's no artists in FGO that I don't like what they do, really. There are some though, and this is not the artist's fault. If anything, yeah, Scat's Christmas CE was actually the one I was thinking of. That one's not. That one could have been better. But there are some issues from time to time though, where I do think the art styles clash really hard with the game, and when you see them in the story next to another character, it just doesn't work at all, and it's a bit of a problem. That doesn't happen often, and a lot of times those art styles I still think look nice. But it is really out of place, and if from an art direction standpoint, like for a cohesive experience, I would not have used those art styles. I probably would not have hired those artists if that's what you wanted them to make. It's not the artist's fault; they're just sticking to their guns, right? But there are a few art styles that are just way too jarring when they're put next to other stuff. But that's just an opinion. Again, I'm not offended by it. It's just a fucking art style. And a lot of those art styles I actually like, though. Like. They look good. It's just when you put them together, it doesn't make a cohesive whole, which is something you really do have to consider. Not much point in making NP gain on MASH, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, like Atalante's art, I think is awesome, but it is very out of place in FGO. And I legit, I think the art is absolutely awesome. I love it, but oh my god, it does not look right at all. And like, when you look at Atalante in Fate APOC or the manga or the official character sheet, like for the concept art and stuff, and then you look at her in FGO, it's so off. Right? Again, nothing wrong with the art style, and nothing wrong, and they put lots of effort into it. Like, dear God, they put lots of effort into it. But it is so jarring, right? When you call it that. That's Scath, or Scatty CE, like what the hell? I don't know what the deal with that was. But anyway, everyone has off days, right? Even the best artists are gonna have some oddities like that. Yeah, I love the Atalante art. Like, I think it's phenomenal. But I've seen other art from like that CE right there that is fine, right? I think it's just kind of an off picture there, and it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, like I said, you gotta laugh at yourselves really, because like that is really out of place. That one. But yeah, I love Atalante's art. I do think it's outrageously out of place in FGO, and you know, again, when you look at Atalante and APOC and her actual design, which she looks canonically, and then you see that, you know, it's not exactly the best representation of that. And it does look weird when you see it next to, like, you know, Ku or Emiya or something in FGO. It is kind of jarring, but it is very nice art, regardless. Like, in a vacuum, it's really good. Man, they got the artist for Goblin Slayer to do like some guest art for FGO, and he made like that Berserker guy, the big samurai guy from Good, and they didn't use it. Like, what the fuck? Like, not only is he not playable, but he made other art for that guy for like another Ascension stage and stuff, and they didn't use it. It's like, god damn it. That is not DW's fault. That is definitely Tymoon, because they're definitely the ones that make the calls on what they want to put in and not, so. There's nothing wrong with differing art styles, and that's pretty common. Even in anime, they'll take advantage of that kind of thing sometimes. But you still need to have, in my opinion, a cohesive work, right? Because like, if someone just sits down and sees the product in a vacuum, right, and it still needs to look good and make sense. They're not going to see it from the perspective, oh, it's this artist and, you know, their style, you know, next to the other. You know, they're not going to see it that way. They're just seeing X thing. And then why is X thing and this thing look so bizarre and completely different than everything else, and you never see it like that again, right? That you do, again, it's totally fine to have different art styles and stuff, and I think people can accept that stuff next to each other pretty smoothly, but when it's super jarring, it really does stand out, and I think it will take a lot of people out of the experience when they're looking at it from a more like normie standpoint, if you will. So for Dantes, I think like his character sheet that they use in like the story bits like this works fine. I do think though, like if you look at some of his art, like his Final Ascension and that kind of stuff, that's out of place, but that's fine. You don't that doesn't matter. The Final Ascensions and those kinds of things you're not seeing in like the story like right here, and things like that. And like here's like my point with Atalante, why it is so jarring. It's like if you have like an animated cutscene. Has Atalante been in any of the major like anime trailers or openings for the game? I'm not sure she has. Feels bad. No love for the green cat apparently. But you know they have the anime openings and trailers and blah 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 blah. And you've got the illustrations too for like really major story events, like when oh yeah, she was in Lost Belt 1. That's true, but that was Alter. But yeah, but like when like Black Barrel is used, right? You know they got the more like game CGs, you know, like you might see in a visual novel, stuff like that. So, for example, if you look at some of the different art styles, if you go from gameplay to their story sprite, right, into like an anime opening or this game CGs, again, like Black Barrel, it looks pretty smooth, and it's like you can tell it's the same character, it's consistent, it all feels like FGO. There you go. Where if you have Atalante, you see her battle sprite, and then it goes into a story bit like this, and then it goes into an animated bit or a visual novel CG or something like that. It's super fucking jarring, right? Because the art style is so fucking different in the story bit compared to what it would look like in an anime opening or a trailer or in the visual novel CG bits or in the gameplay and whatnot. There's a way bigger, you know, jolt between what she looks like in gameplay or an APOC, the anime, or even, you know, if they ever bothered to use her in an anime opening for FGO, right? There's a much bigger jump where like Drake here, between her gameplay sprite and her story sprite here, is not going to be that jarring. Obviously, different art style. The art style in David and Drake here is different, but they're not so. It's not like you're taking something from two completely different universes and slapping them together, right? Because most players are just going to see us, yeah, I'm playing the game, now I'm in the story, now I'm playing the game, now I'm seeing the visual novel stuff. They're not thinking about all these different artists and that kind of thing. And they're like, why does Atalante randomly look, you know, like she's from like a completely different, you know, kind of game but then when I go back in the gameplay, she looks different again, and then in the visual novel bit she looks more like she does in the gameplay, but then, like, it's super jarring, right? And I don't think, again, it's not that big of a deal, but to me, that's not really a good idea for a game like this, because you do want visual cohesion, because the point, you are supposed to be, having an immersive, game, storytelling, blah, 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 blah. There's a reason why, like, in an anime, right, you don't just all of us, unless it's like a meme, like in a like Family Guy or something, and you don't just suddenly completely change art styles. Sometimes they'll have different art styles to a certain extent, but they're all going to be pretty similar because they have different artists that work on anime. But you try to keep a level of visual cohesion because that's the story, right? You have the thing. You don't want to just like from shot to shot just randomly changing art styles. And here's an example where I think it was kind of messed up, and this is because it was outsourced apparently. But the scene with Zig and Apoc and Karna, right, when they're about to use their NPs, from shot to shot, it just dramatically changes art styles, and that is so jarring, and I think it looks terrible, right? I love Karna and Zig, and overall it's an interesting fight scene, but oh my god, I don't know if anyone else remembers what I'm talking about, but like right before they use their NPs, it goes from like Karna's face to Zig's face, like back and forth a few times, and it's just switching art styles and dramatically different art styles, just boom, 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 boom. And some of it was outsourced, and I'm guessing that's why. And that is so fucking jarring, right? And that really takes you out of the moment a big time. And yeah, I think as an art director, you need to, it's something you have to think about. You gotta, try to keep a degree of art cohesion, because yeah, that Jesus, that was really bad with Zig and Karna. Most of Apoc, I think, did an okay job with their art cohesion, but I remember that part was really fucked up. Let's see. I guess I just keep the same team. This is probably filler stuff again. Actually, I don't really feel like Karna versus Zig, not Siegfried, was that fluid, to be honest. I've seen people use AI programs to change it and make it like pseudo 60 frames per second, which that doesn't look that great in my opinion either, because it's like the AI frames don't look so great, but that's a whole different topic. But there was a lot of the key moments had some pretty janky animation. I mean, some of it's good, some of the parts between Karna and Zig has good animation, but parts of it are pretty damn janky, and there's not that many frames like illustrating each action, and it looks quite janky. I don't think for a second Apoc just, it reeks of an anime that had budget problems and like time problems, and I don't know why, because Fate is such a popular IP, and when Apoc was made, Fate Zero and all the Blade Works had happened, and I don't know why they did it like that. Like I don't get it. Like Fate Zero is a shorter story than Apoc, right? In book format, Fate Zero is shorter than Apoc. And then they made Apoc a shorter anime, right? That doesn't make any fucking sense. And Fate Zero also had a break. They split it up. The 12 episodes had a break in 12 episodes, so they could kind of catch up with the animation process. Apoc didn't get that. So Apoc had to do more story in the same amount of time, and they had less time to do it in real life. Like, it doesn't matter how good of an animator you are, that's obviously not going to work. That's physically impossible. And I think that's why you have a lot of problems with Apoc, where it's like, why they cut out like a lot of Chiron's characterization, and like Mordred's flashback was like cut out a lot, and a BC Bronze character was completely like removed, and a lot of the fight scenes were a lot shortened and stuff. I think a lot of that happened was because they were trying to take too much content and put it into too little space, and they had to make it so quickly. It's a real shame, because I don't mind Apoc the books, right? I mean, they're not my favorite, and the ending is kind of fucked up, but I do enjoy Apoc the books, and I love the voice cast that they cast for Apoc, and I think the music is good for setting the atmosphere and everything. And honestly, I think the Apoc soundtrack did a much better job of kind of keeping that Fate aesthetic that it originally had. So in a lot of ways, Apoc did a good job there, but it is just so blatantly rushed, and they just had to cut way too much out from the books. The character, and I've never liked Zig as the main character. I've always said that was a big fuck up, and the anime can't fix that though. That's not even their fault. But they did try to condense too many books into too few episodes, and then them not having a break between the first 12 episodes and the last 12 episodes was also a real problem. But yeah, I just don't think they had a very big budget. Like that just reeks of that. So many things they do throughout APOC are like the things that the industry does, like the animation industry does to cut corners. They're trying to make it look like they're not cutting corners, but they're cutting corners. Like it has a lot of staples of that in APOC. So I'm pretty sure their budget was trash. And I don't know why though. I don't know why they wouldn't bother to give them a big budget, because Fate Zero and other Blade Works did so well. You'd think they'd be jumping to give them a good budget, but they didn't for some reason. I suspect they didn't. Yeah, they had to shaft quite a few characters in the anime because there's just not enough time. And I think that actually makes the Zig hate worse. I really think it does, because in the books, although Zig is still the main character, and I think he still has a lot of problems as a main character, there is still a lot more screen time given to like the other cast members, right? So it doesn't feel like the Zig show, right? Where the anime, because a lot of stuff had to get cut, almost everything that they did cut was not Zig related. They cut almost nothing Zig related because like the main character, main plot. And so it makes it feel a lot more like, you know, Fate Zig, if you will, which is not ideal. That being said, though, I do think APOC, the books, really did have a problem with the way they handled Zig. I don't mind his character, like, as a concept, but you know, his overall role in the story, I'm not a huge fan of. It's like, you know, him having to be the one to kill Karna and Alkusa and everything. It's like, oh my god, right? It's kind of dumb. Oh yeah, they cut Karna's backstory, didn't they? If I remember correctly. They cut most of the backstories. And even the ones that they included, they like neutered, like pretty hard. Like Mordred is supposed to have 2 flashbacks, and in the anime she only has 1, and they're like fused together, and they're dramatically cut down. They didn't like fully represent either flashback. Well, okay, so in the book, there's 1 flashback that's basically just Kimlan. It's very brief. It's basically just establishing that Cicigo can see Mordred's past, right? And it kind of just, you know, leads into, you know, the more dramatic stuff that comes. And then there's a second flashback later that's like the full backstory of Mordred and everything. And they cut that into just 1, but then they cut out a lot of stuff. Like they really dumbed down a lot of like the character stuff in Mordred's flashback. But then at least Mordred got her flashback, where a lot of the other characters, they either didn't get it at all, or it was like turned into like a 20-second clip, right? So kind of enough there. At least Chiron versus Achilles was good. Although again, I don't think the animation was super fluid. Like I think it still shows lots of signs of, you know, janky animation because they're having, you know, time frame. But it's good enough, and then it's just a good character moment and everything. That's one of the few scenes that I did not feel like was butchered. A lot of the fight scenes, I think they really fucked up though. Like the whole Adam fight scene, I think they really fucked up in the anime. So, Atalante versus Achilles moment, they shortened that one quite a bit too, like the fight scene and everything. It wasn't that long of a fight scene to begin with, but they made that so brief in the anime. But that one kind of works as being brief, to be honest. It would have been nice if it was more fleshed out, but that fight scene still works decently well, being shorter. And they did not fuck up the character beats for the most part, so that wasn't so bad. I think VC Braun is probably the character that got fucked over the most by the anime. Like, not only did they remove like all of his backstory and his motivation and what he's about, but they didn't even have any of that stuff with like him regretting killing his master and all that, which is a really key part of his character. And then they also made the fight scene really shitty, and they cut out a lot of the cool stuff about the fight scene, so. You know, I do wonder how Morgan's design came to be. Like, was Type Moon involved with the APOC flashback, or did they just pick up from that design? Like, I don't know, because I don't think there's been any information about that. Because, like, as far as from what I've heard from interviews and stuff, the Fionn design in Fate Zero was just made by Ufotable as just like a stand-in, because they didn't like have a design back then, so they just made something. And then now that's why you have, and then Nasu explained that, like, okay, there's 2 different versions, right? That's how he explained it, because he kind of, I guess, wanted to make it canon. But I don't know how Morgan came to be in APOC. I don't know if you know, that was already designed and they shared it with them, or they designed it for it, or if the APOC people like the studio made it and then they just ran with it like in FGO. I have no idea. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any information about that. I'm glad they stuck with it though, because continuity is important when it comes to that kind of stuff, in my opinion. And Fate is really bad about that. And I think the look was good enough, and I think it fit Morgan pretty well. And so the fact that they kind of just ran with that, I think is good. So, because that would have been weird if she had that design there. Because it wasn't a generic design. That's the thing, where Fion's design like, is more normal, I guess. But yeah, it would have been really jarring if Morgan came out and just looked completely different and they just like threw that away, right? You know, I read APOC, so when I read APOC a long-ass time ago, the final book had not been translated. So what I did for the final book was I did a combination of just looking up specific scenes that had been translated and looking at summaries, and then also just using Google Translate on the raw text. I think the final book's been translated now. I'm pretty sure it has. Beyond's Fate Zero design is cooler than the FGO one. You know, I actually agree, even though I don't mind the FGO one, but I actually do like his Fate Zero design quite a bit. It'd be nice if we could get like an alternate class for him that uses that design. That would be rather swell. Imagine using Proto-Coup and not having the anti-B skill because lol third skills. Some of the books are really hard to find the translations for, but I'll have to look around. It wouldn't surprise me though if people's desire to translate it dropped like a rock after the anime. I don't think FGO would ever get that, Fionn. I wish I was wrong, but I don't think so. Maybe you might see it used in another game or another book at some point, but I don't see FGO using it. They historically don't do stuff like that unless it's a super popular character, like a super popular character. And that's why we don't get Lancer Vlad and stuff like that. If Vlad was just like the most, if Vlad was as popular as Nero and he was like, you know, a main character in another work and he was just so many fans, then of course they're gonna put in Lancer Vlad, even though they've made the dumbass Berserker Vlad. But he's not popular enough, so they're not gonna bother. Like they're not gonna like, why would they waste their time? They're like, it's good enough. But like with Nero, you get, not only do you get Saber Nero, but you get fucking Nero Bride, which is so fucking similar, right? And but they do it anyway, right? And also a million other Neros, but that's a different matter. You know, I don't know if Vlad would have been more popular if he had tits. Like with the role he played in the story, I'm not sure that would have changed popularity too much. If anything, it might have even lowered his popularity. I don't know. You know, it's hard to predict those kinds of things. But I for one would not be a fan of Gingerbent Vlad. But what are you gonna do? All right, let's do an account review here. Whoops. Well, we just spoiled who's getting a review today, but I think we'll do Fishy first. I don't think we're missing a screenshot. Spoiled indeed. Alright, started on good of final rerun. Spent, I don't know if this is JP or NA, so we'll see here. It must be JP, because they haven't gotten the good of final rerun. Okay. So started on good of final rerun, spent 1K USD. What? Does he mean money? Did he spend 1,000? Did it take $1,000 to get Okita Alter? Is it that bad? I don't like, I've never like messed around with like the money to SQ ratios and shit, because I don't whale, because fuck that. But like how much okay, how much does 1,000 buy? Like how much SQ does that buy? I updated the review. I hope we have the updated screenshots. If not, you can like send it as we go. 1,000, 100 is about 150 SQ. So that's it? Good God! Why does anyone whale in this game? That isn't... that's it? Bro! Oh my God, why does this game not have a safety net? Why does this game not have a safety net? That is insane! That is absolutely insane. That is so bad. That is so bad. That is so fucking dumb. They need to add a safety net like forever ago. Good lord, that is brutal. So did you actually get it? So spent 1K on Okita Alter, felt like shit, never spent money on FGO again. That's what I'm talking about, dude. This is why you need a safety net. You don't want people to be upset when they spend money. So Vol, can you like on the fly try to curate this? Because I don't want to get spoilers of the account. But if there's like significant updates, because I can't reference the new screenshots versus the ones we have, so I don't know what needs to be changed here. But I don't want to like spoil everything. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. You do not want people spending that much money to get. Cause I'm guessing what happened was I tried to use Okita Alter for everything, but sometimes I give up. Feels bad. Yeah, she could use another buff. Fishy sent an update, I think, to the screenshots that we're using right now. Like he just sent the link up there, like Fishy above you. But I don't know what needs to be updated because I haven't seen the original screenshots. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But anyway, so I'm guessing you spent money until you got her, and it took 1,000, and that's the worst feeling. And that's why a 1,000,000% that's why you need a safety net. And fuck all these people that I've seen trying to defend not having a safety net because they're saying, oh, safety nets encourage people to keep spending. Like that is so stupid. Like, it's the opposite of that, because not having a safety net means you have the sunken cost fallacy. If you have a safety net, it's not a sunken cost fallacy because you have a set amount of cost until you get the thing. Like, god damn it. I sent them to Ari and she updated it. Oh, so is this already updated? Because if you did that like a while ago, it should already be updated. It depends on when you did it, because I downloaded this from the dock like 2 days ago. This is the old one? Okay, let me just download the whole doc again. Okay, let's fix this up here. I wasn't ready for this though, because like yesterday I had the Google Drive, whatever the fuck it, Google shit. Yesterday I had it open, where today I didn't, so. Alright, let me see here. This will take a second because I normally do all this before this stream for a reason. Because the process I have to go through to not like be spoiled or anything is a little slow. But anyway, so while I do this, I'll have my rant here. You know, you don't want people spending a bunch of money on the game, not even getting the thing that they want, or spending, because this is what I think happens a lot. And I've had a lot of people in my chat confirm this. I think this is what happens a lot, because this is just psychology. People use their free SQ to get something that they really want, and they get unlucky and they don't get it. So they spend a bit of money, like a reasonable amount of money, and they still don't get it. And then they feel like that money is wasted if they don't get the thing, so then they keep spending until they get it, and they spend more money than they're comfortable spending, and they feel shitty afterwards, and it makes them not want to spend money again, right? That's a bad business model. That's a really bad business model, and it makes people quit the game. It makes people, you know, not want to spend money, right? You want people to spend money and feel good about it, right? It's like, because everyone I think's had that experience. You know, they spend like, you know, like I've bought in like some models, right? At a slightly premium price, something insanely expensive, but you know, a little bit more than you might spend on like a normal person would want to spend on a model. But it's not that expensive, and I get the model for sure. I don't get to gamble and see if I get the model, and then, you know, it's a really high quality model, and I'm really happy with it. So it's like, it's a good purchase, and I feel good about it. It's like, look at this awesome thing that I got, right? I think a lot of people have made purchases like that, where they buy something that's maybe at a bit of a premium, but they don't buy things like that often. And then when they do it, they get something in return for sure, and they like it forever, like, you know, maybe a figure or a book or whatever, right? That like incentivizes people. So like maybe they don't mind spending money like that like once a year or whatever, and it doesn't leave a sour taste in your mouth. Where I think FGO leaves such a sour taste in people's mouths, because you know, it just fucks them over so bad, and they spend more money than they're comfortable. You do not want your customers spending more money than they're comfortable with. You don't want that. You want to find that sweet spot where, you know, you get people to spend their disposable income, and you get as many people to do that as possible, and you try to make it up through it with volume, you don't want a few individuals spending way more money than they're comfortable spending and actually put their lives in jeopardy and shit like that. You don't, that's a terrible business model. And there's a reason why most games don't do it anymore. Like in the long run, it's generally not as profitable. It's making some money from a lot of people, opposed to making, you know, even more money, but only from a few people. That normally doesn't pan out. It's universally not a way to do it. Okay, we got the update here. Okay, I made my account around a year ago during Good to Good Final. I spent 1,000 USD on Keto Alter, and a bit of mismanagement or misjudgment, feels bad and regretted it. I've never spent money on FGO again, and I played on NA for about 2 years before. I try to kill everything with Akita Alter, but sometimes I just give up. Number equal NP rank, red star potential Grail. I don't generally hold back when I use Akita Alter. Reasonable, because she needs the help, absolutely. Especially against night classes. I'm moving away from using the big four because they are max bond. Yes, I'm that guy, Fishy, you son of a bitch. Why do you gotta be that guy? Like, that is always the... I never get this logic, right? It's like you spend all this time to investing in your favorite units to just not use them because they're max bond, right? So what? You can bring other units to get bond on them, so you get like 2 SQ, so you have a 0.00001% better chance of getting another unit that you like, that you'll then get bond on to not use, right? Like, it's such a fucked up cycle. It doesn't make any... Now, I do get, like, obviously there's stuff in your back row you're not using for farming. Of course you should rotate that kind of stuff, but it doesn't even, like, it doesn't even help. And it's like, what's the point, right? It's like striving for something that you're just striving to not use in the long run, right? Alright, so this is a flex account, so I don't think we need any goddamn advice here. My pride and joy, biggest mistake. Well, at least you like the character, right? So at least you got it. What'd you get her NP rank to, though? Oh god, the coin system. Oh my god. Imagine... I'm 37 grails, that's my friend Kai there. Imagine though having NP5, Jesus. Imagine though having, you know, that much effort. I don't think you have enough coins to max her out, right? The 3 passives will destroy you because they're 120 each. And then you need 30 per grail. So unless you already got the passives and you got her like NP7 somehow, even with all that effort you put into her, you can't actually max her out yet. Great system. Okay, I have exactly 0 lores right now. Well, saving up for more Okitas feels bad. So you're gonna grail regular Okita because she's just NP1. She still performs good at NP1, and I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that, but she really is a... I'm telling you, Okita, everyone's... Oh, she's so old school. She's so vanilla. Blah, 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 blah. Dude, her practical use is through the roof. She's still an amazing... You could use her for Fluffy. I'm serious. You could totally use a regular Okita as your main DPS against Fluffy. And that's going to be better than a lot of other random-ass DPSs you could use. Like, sure, she's not going to be better than Enkidu. She's not going to be better than, like, MHXX or whatever. But she's totally fine, right? Like, she loops good. She hits super hard. You get good normal card damage, good gain rates. You got some hard survivability. Man, that's literally all you need. Honestly, we have compared her, not just in solos, but we've compared her in budget setups and in non-budget setups. We've tested Okita a lot, and I tested her off-stream even more. And she always compares so favorably to the other single target sabers. I mean, she is top of the line. I mean, she is one of the best in the game. Absolutely incredible. So, planning on grailing Siegfried, I agree with that. That's a fun choice, and he's NP5, so that's a good one. You got Sitting Master there. Speaking of disgustingly OP single target sabers, Sitting Master would be one of the other ones. 120 will really help against Fluffy because that extra chunk of stats will make it easier to punch through his final health bar, and it will allow you to potentially live an extra turn, and that's huge. 1 turn is a huge deal with Fluffy, because a lot of times you're coming down to the wire with like finishing him off, but you know, have building up a bunch of curse from getting rid of his shields and stuff, and you might die next turn from the dot damage and stuff like that. So like an extra chunk of health is very helpful in the Fluffy fight, and obviously like 100 or 90, going from 90 to 120 is a huge stat difference, and that'll make your NP sees massive returns on attack stat. Like point-to-point attack gains for your NP are huge. So 120 makes your NP hit like a fucking truck. So that's great for Fluffy, because that's what you need. You need to live and you need to hit hard. So yeah, any good single target DPS would be great at 120 for that fight, really. Okay. Oh, I forgot to look at what you got leveled for AoE though. So we got Gozen for AoE, Chaco Jana. Skill ranks are pretty scuffed, but you said you're out of lores, so and you've only been playing for a year. So if anything, it's good that you got your ranks as high as you have. We'll have to scan through, but I suspect you've got a chunk of 10-10-10s, right? But you know, you've only been playing for a year, so you can only have so many. Yeah, this is Fishy's account. I don't know if I said that in the VOD. Or for the VOD, because it's kind of important. That's Alante, that's nice, and she's 10-10-10. Oh yeah, we haven't had a 4-star ticket in forever. So she's NP1, that feels bad. She gains a lot from being NP2 as well, because she can repeat NP pretty easily, so that's unfortunate. But she's still good at NP1, at least she's grailed and everything. So you got Big Sith there for a single target. You do not pass the David test, and you've had over a year. Fishy, please. You're killing me here. At least you got it to rank 6. You probably have Merlin, though. Let's see. If you have Merlin, keeping it at 6 is not near... Yeah, okay, you do have Merlin. When you have a 10-10-10 Merlin, it's a lot more forgivable. If David's second skill is like 5 or lower, it's still really bad. But if it's 6 and you have Merlin, it's pretty reasonable. Okay, what do we else we got here? We got Ilya, Nightingale, NP5 Nightingale? What? Was it spooks? How did this happen? Why do you have an NP5 Nightingale? Because oh, excuse me, that's the Archer one. Oh, that's the Welper one. For some reason, I kind of forgot there was a Nightingale Archer, and so I just saw any Art of Nightingale. I'm just thinking Berserker Nightingales, and so why I was surprised. Not that there's anything wrong with hyping Nightingale and wanting to get Nightingale to NP5, it's that she's 444, right? So that's what I was confused by, is why would you have an NP5 Nightingale, but then she's only 444, right? There's nothing wrong with being a big Nightingale fan and going for NP5 here, but that's Archer Nightingale, so obviously it's going to be NP5. You got Fujino there, and even potentially Grail target in the future. I mean, I'm guessing just to 90, I would think, because their skill ranks are lower. But a 90 Fujino at MP2 is insanely useful for so many situations. What do we got for AoE? We got not a lot. We don't have a whole lot for AoE here. I mean, you've got Nightingale, but she's kind of iffy. Oh, you got Emiya, that's good. I think you have Caster Artoria, so just Emiya with Caster Artoria, I mean, that's super good. You got Rice Man as backup, so that's a thing. Rice Man's actually a pretty good low star. It's just the other archers are better, so it's hard to justify him. But hey, he's got Stella ready to go there with the rank 10 third skill, so. Okay, Big Scath there, also a Grail target, but MP1, which is a big oof. I want another Scath. I think Fishy has a similar mindset to me. For most units, if they're gold, you're happy enough as long as they're MP2. Like, I never feel like I need, like, even if I'm going to Grail Scath or something, like on my NA account, I don't feel like she needs to be above NP2, right? Like, you want NP2 because NP1 you feel kind of handicapped, but yeah, if the only time I go for like higher NP ranks on 5 stars is if they're just like some of my absolute favorite characters ever, like Gilgamesh, Mordred, and Achilles. Those are pretty much the only ones. And if I happen to get more than that, great. But like Romulus, I love Romulus to death, but you know, I only rolled for NP2, and I stopped when I got him NP2, and that was more. I'm so happy with that. I don't need any more than that. And Romulus is awesome, but yeah, I'm never one of those people that feel like, oh my god, I gotta get these 5 stars as high as humanly possible. And even for my favorites, like when Mordred was NP2 for me for the longest time, like and then NP3, or actually I think she was NP3 because I got double spooked by her or something. Anyway, I never even cared if I ever upgraded her again, but it's like if I do, it's a bonus. Yeah, Arjuna, your name kind of makes that a prerequisite, I feel. Anyways, one other Scath, that's obvious. Q's PFA will get a lore eventually. Yeah, like, there really is no point in leveling it until you can get it to 10. There's no point in keeping it at 9, right? It's just the defense up, which, you know, actually can be nice sometimes, but that's pretty minor, so there's no reason to level it until then. Let's see, what do we got for AoE? Got a Percival, that's nice. He's only NP1. He's still solid for farming at NP1, and then obviously his like tanking utility doesn't change. So Percival's a pretty damn good unit at NP1. He does scale, sure, with higher NP ranks because he can repeat NP pretty easily, so he gets a bit more out of NP ranks than a typical unit. but he's still totally fine as is. And you got that NP2 per body, so you don't really need a Percival for damage, really. And I think you have Scatty on this account. Do you? Let me check. Yeah, you have Scatty, so yep. Per body will go very far there. Okay, what do we got here? Ushi is best dog. That's an interesting way of looking at that. Let's see. Not Grailed, though, and not 10-10-10. I mean, clearly, Europa's the winner here, because she's the 10-10-10 one. That's rare, by the way, 10-10-10 Europas. You don't see that very often. But, you got the thing you're planning on grailing Ushi. I'm surprised Ushi's not 10-10-10 then. So you got Aussie. I mean, you have options for days, right? You got that, Martha. Even on an account this strong, it probably is not a bad idea to level Martha's skills a bit. And there are boss fights where that can come up. I don't know, though. When you use the big boy supports, you normally beat the fight before your skills come back anyway. That's kind of how that goes, so it's not as relevant. Although you did say you don't use the big supports as much anymore. But I think you meant that for farming, not for challenge quests. So, and obviously for farming, you have options for days here, so... Yeah, Fishy's got 0 lore, feels bad. Pretty much carried by this class alone. I mean, you have all of the big supports, so I can imagine. You even have Tam. And you do have Asclepius, that's good, because debuffs are still a problem. And then you've got an NP2 Cersei. And any unique Grail targets in here? I actually don't see the... Okay, Chin Gong, there we go. I appreciate that one. I can get behind that one. I think Castoria is a potential Grail target. That's an odd one. She doesn't see much from the stats, but I'm assuming you just like the character. Gonna Grail Assassin Ushi. Shame she's only NP1. If only they would rerun Summer Ushi. The good news is they do rerun Summer Servants even when they don't get like a full event rerun. They've done that for the past summer events. They normally do like a rotating banner here and there for them. So you probably will have a chance of getting her again at some point. Hell, they might even do it for this summer event. They might do a side thing where they have like a rotating banner. That could happen. You never know. There's so many summer servants now though. Like Jesus Christ. What do we got here? You got Vince, so yet another big support. Kama, you really never need another assassin when you have Kama. For challenge quest stuff anyway. And then for farming, you got Ushi and then Ushi's teacher there. What else do we got for AoE? We got Fuma, but it's not exactly a farming unit. You got Shootin'. Yeah, you have plenty of options. That's the first person I've seen using Shootin' with clothes there. There was an AoE banner and I almost got baited by it. That was such a fucked up banner, dude. That was such a fucked up banner. Need me a Herc? I know that feeling. I have like every 4-star except for Herc, dude. It's so dumb. That's a nice Atalante. NP2 is all she really needs. And she's already grailed to 90, and so she's already great. NP2, 90, 10-10-10. That's amazing. But it looks like you might grail her even further, so I bet you that performs amazingly well. That's just a fun unit right there. Then you got Big Morgan, she's also 10-10. So honestly, if having played a year, I imagine you haven't missed very many lores. Maybe you missed a random one here or there or something, but you have a lot of 10-10-10s. So look at that, Waver, Merlin, Castoria, Scatty, they're all 10-10-10. You've got at least one 10-10 of every class, so... And quite a few multiples, so... You probably haven't missed... Yeah, you might... it's always hard to tell, but for playing 1 year, you're doing good, I would say. I got the Max Mash, that's 3 lores right there. Got the other Ushi, of course. So yeah, NP5 on that Okita there. So Okita, you use Okita to beat Lion King, Tiamat. Okay, Tiamat, I can definitely see that one. Guadia, I would like to have seen that one. Ivan, you, Horse and Limbo, interesting. Oh, you and Horse, so then Limbo and Gaijuna. That's an interesting one. How did that go? Did she live, Fishy, when you fought Gaijuna? Did she get the killing blow in Limbo and Gaijuna? I guess you'd have to, if you would use really strong supports. Zeus, I'm gonna be honest, I gave up using her for Fluffy. AoE on Fluffy is just awful. Oh my god, that's so what you'd have to do is you'd have to get her to 120 and come back. Like that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to get to 120 and come back for it. Like just not beat Lost Belt 6. Right? Because she's AoE, that's so handicapped, you would have to just get every goddamn upgrade ever. Hold on, it took RNG, what was that for Gaijuna? took gnarly RNG. Alright, let's see what else we got. Ended up doing 44 turn stall setup with Himiko instead. Hey, if it works, you know, Fluffy's is a brutal boss, right? I can see why a lot of people give up, and I'm trying to look. If it was me though, what would I have used for Fluffy on this account? So you got the big support, so you got options for days here. What do I think is your best DPS? Let's see. If Scath was in P2, I'd probably say Scath, but at NP1, is she? I don't know. Scath is still a good option at NP1 there. It doesn't look like you actually have any of like the real standout. No wonder you had a hard time with Fluffy. I do think you probably could have done it with a typical DPS, but I don't blame you for stalling. It's a fucked up fight. But because yeah, you don't have like Hot Wheels, you don't have Enkidu. Scath is a good one, but again NP1, you don't have MHXX, right? A lot of like the real standout ones, you don't have it. Like Momonobu can do really well there, but yours is 666. If it was me, I probably would have used Scath, I suspect. Well, actually, I would have used Q, but, you know, that's a different thing. But, yeah, I probably would have gone with Scath. I feel like that could have potentially worked. But, yeah, Fluffy's a fucked up boss. Okay, what else do we got here in the extra category? I like the Lobo. 111, though. Look at this. Not even respecting the doggo. Feels bad. Potentially going to grail Luvia, I see. Waiting on lures. That Ongra though. AP5 Vash, yeah, we wish. Kiara was the Yang CE's fault. I know that feeling, except I didn't level her. Like, I like Cairo over there. He's got like a max Kiara now. Like, for shame. Letting his chat get to him, man. Yeah, I got Kiara twice in trying to get Yang CE. Alright, you got some pretty good options here. That's a lot of Bond CEs. It's a lot of farming right there. I wonder how many apples you have then. I like how you listed the Canis CD. I like how you listed that. Like, of course. Like, that's obviously not a CE that people would generally bring up, but you know, of course we have to bring that up. Yeah, CE of note. Yeah, guys, that one's of note. It's so good. You know, it makes 4 stars. You do got some good CEs though. You got AK. Wait, do you not? All that wailing, and do you just have 1 K-scope? Do you have any other ones? Because you've wailed quite a bit there, and if you only got 1 K-scope to show for it, that's a pretty bad feeling. Yeah, Yang CE is really good. It's not really good for farming and stuff like that. Like if you're going gas, right? It doesn't. You need starting NP. But for some of the harder fights out there, it can be very, very good. When you're gonna go slower, like because you're not gonna because some people try to 3-turn challenge quests with all the OP supports. If you're doing stuff like that, you don't normally want the Yang CE because it's too slow. But the longer the fight's gonna be, the more value it gets, and it can be outrageous, like how much value you can get. Like it's a way for low stars, like to get more damage than they ever could get, right? And because low stars are never going to 3-turn a challenge quest anyway, and so they get a lot of use out of it. And soloing, it's ridiculously good solo because you're just doing so much more damage. I'm trying to see what Fish said. So that's your only K-scope? Good God, that's awful. Well, because you got Yang CE, you don't really need a Art of Death. Although it's kind of good to have on the side. You don't really level it, but just in case the boss is immune to debuffs or something and you need it. But what's your starting NP? So you got Suzuka goes in, get that Gouda one, the Gouda one, K-scope obviously. I'd imagine you got some Sakura CEs in there. You are kind of limited on though on those kind of classical 50% starting NP CEs. You have some, but not a lot. And you got a lot of 40% NPs there. It's almost like people want Golden Sumo to be re-ran for a reason. Look at all those Parvati CEs. Dear God. I wonder why. Got good star bombs though, all that stuff. There's that Sei CE right there. I was hoping you had a Limit Broken Demonic because that would help you with starting NP, but you've got the Imaginary Round, and yeah, you've obviously Limit Broken most of the typical stuff. And I can't wait to get the those new 4-star CEs with starting NP on them. Those will be fun to mess around with in budget setups, I think. Oh my god, no, bully, please. I went too hard on the lotteries. My god. My fuck. Is Fishy, is this part of why you resorted to stalling on Fluffy? Is this why? Because he took too much AP and you couldn't bear. Yes, yeah, I figured. I figured. That's a big part of why I like you know, playing the way that I do, because I don't have to worry about that. Jesus Christ. Well, feels bad about the whaling incident, but you know, it's behind you, and as long as you've stabilized in real life now, you know, you can just you know, learn from it. But yeah, that's really bad for FGO, man. They gotta do a better job with their whale support. All right, let's get back to Oceanus here. But thank you, Fishy, for the sneak peek into hell. I think that's how I would see that one. Protoku is one of the better options. Yoshi's pretty good, but she's NP1 still, isn't she? She is. She just has an upgraded NP. I kind of want to roll, but we're not into hard enough content yet, so I don't like need NP ranks on anybody, but I want to get some of the low stars. Let me see how much S. Nah, I'll wait. We'll hold on. You never know. But besides, maybe they do something rare and they rate up something in summer that I actually like. You never know, and you can always roll on, you know, this piece of shit account and get something random. So I think trying to figure out how people play based on their account is some of the fun, right? It's kind of, because it leaves a track record, right? It's kind of a fun thing about it, and I like that about FGO. A lot of different people have different priorities. You know, Fishy obviously is, you know, over there being a bond slave, you know, aka a bitch, right? You know, not a chat. I mean, excuse me, he's playing the game in a totally valid and reasonable way. But you know, way more farming is what I'm getting at. You know, very caring about the, you know, bond free SQ and all that. How rude! I like everyone else's shock face. I mean, how rude! I say. Okay, well, Protoku's got 5,000 attack, so I think that wins me over here. Yeah, I want George Bond. I keep forgetting about that. Alright, good enough. She has that CE for the quick up and the starting NP. It's like, I don't have any options. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm like, yeah, she has 3 quick cards. Just roll with it. It's not even limit broken though, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, fuck. Oh, this one's really easy though. 86k. Man, they shouldn't have been cowards, and they should have made you fight. And like how with Mordred, how you like retreated it, like pseudo health bar. Right? Remember how Mordred had like 2 waves, and wave 1 was Mordred, and wave 2 was Mordred. Right? They should have done that with Herc. Let's see here. Let's go. I guess just taunt. I mean, it's not gonna matter. All I have to do is get my NP and I win. So I'm gonna try to style on him here. Let's see if we can just like shut him completely down. Doesn't even get an action here. Just give him 3 guts. Yeah, that would have worked too. They didn't really do gimmicks back then, though. I'm not sure they even had that figured out yet. Alright, I will be so disappointed if we don't one-shot here. Although we are in P1, so I guess we'll see. And we have a CE that gives us no damage and no attack stat. Nope. Well, I mean, we did one turn it through damage, right? But, we didn't hit him, but close enough. Man, I need to get a Sakura CE. This account could really use that. We're pretty lucky though that we got this thing. We got this thing really early on. We limit broke it so fast. That was so lucky. dealt bonus damage if he grabs Q. I see you, Saber Nero. Oh, I know. You don't need to say it 90 fucking times. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just using it for the starting NP. Jesus. Anyway, this is just Herc again with, more health. I think you fight him again. Actually, I want to try Ushi, just for science. Use Baldy? Yeah, fuck that. At some point, this actually gets a little hard for a newbie account, I think. I think it's the final time you fight him, though, so I don't think I need to use David yet. I think I just use Stheno for the attack up. I don't know, I might just do both, actually. Yeah, that's fine. This is where I wish I had Battle of Kimlan or something, because I could feed NP to Protoku from him dying. That's a good way of making up for not having starting NP. I think this is the most starting NP I have other than Cope Scope. Let's see, I got 40, 30. Yeah, I don't have anything else. That's it, actually. Like, it's just those 3 CEs, I think. No, 4. I've got this CE, this one, Cope Scope, and then the other copy of whatever the fuck this one's called. That's literally all of the starting NP I have on this account. This is 40, this is 30. We'll go with this one then. Alright, the back row shouldn't matter. The only one of these I think I have to take seriously is the final one. Is there any class that deals half damage to Zerkers we can meme with? Not really, and even if that was a thing, I'd have to summon it from the support list, and that would mean they would be over-leveled. So, not really a thing. He does legitimately hit hard, though, off memory. For units this low, he will kill them very quickly. But George has double defense up, so... Okay, I want to NP with Protoku just for, like, the lulz here, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Herc, that's, not the way. Yeah, you could use mash. You know, mash does normal damage. Okay, no, he hits fucking... Okay, no, that's... To be fair, he's got triple attack up. I mean, we have double defense up, but, part of that damage was just he's got so many attack buffs there. But that is quite a bit. Oh, I need Battle of Kimlan. That's another reason I want to roll. Just get some basic CEs. My options suck right now. Well, good try, George. I guess I should have put just Stheno there for the attack buff, but, Alright, well, let's just NP with, Fuck, I should have brought Stheno because I could have actually looked at the damage, because, well, Protoku would have gotten the Divinity attack up. Well, he did get the Divinity attack up, but, I wanted to see what her NP damage was compared to Protoku's, because she's NP, 2. No, she's NP 1, but she's upgraded, where Protoku is NP 2, but not upgraded. Basically, I'm just curious, because on that previous stage, I was kind of going back and forth on using Protoku or Ushi as the DPS, and I kind of wanted to know which one would have been better. But this is not even remotely scientific because we don't have Stheno. Dude, we got that was very comparable, but she didn't have Stheno's buff. I know you obviously have low high roll and all that, but she's probably Ushi then, right there. But dude, the amount that I have gotten in Kidu across my accounts is just ridiculous. Like I'll take it because I like Enkidu a lot, but I have gotten him so many times, and like I wasn't really planning on leveling him on the Herc account, right? Trying to keep more budget, and I think we got him like twice from Spooks or something, and we got him on the 1 to 3 star account. Okay. This might be the final one. Let's take this slightly more seriously. We'll do another account review in a minute because this is boring as sin, but I want to get some progress in here. So Uchi probably is more damage, but Protoku is safer. And he does more normal card damage. I kind of want to go without Cope Scope because I feel like that's like, it makes it too easy because I got my NP like it's nothing. Okay, what's reasonable? Yeah, this didn't exist back in the day, but back in the day it was so easy to get Leyline. It's a bitch to get Leyline now, and this is super comparable to Leyline, so I'm just going with that. This existed. Stheno is not gonna really matter. I could do this for, wait, no, that one doesn't make stars per turn. What am I confusing this with? That's NP per turn. I was gonna say there was no, like, you know, 20-30 style CE back in the day. Literally doesn't matter what I give her. Let's do that. George will die. No one else can buff me. Leyline wasn't FP only back in the day. It was not like that. It is now, but back in the day, it was in regular summon. And the thing is, when FGO first came out, there was just so few craft essences in the game. Like, there were so few of them. For all rarities, there were very few of them. So if you just did a few rolls at the beginning of FGO, or even if you waited for some of the early raid ups, it wouldn't matter. Your odds of getting Leyline were super high. Because you pull 3-star CEs like candy when you're rolling, and you could get Leyline in like banners. And then there was, because there were just, the pool of 3 stars was so small, everyone had limit broken Leyline. It was so common, it was everywhere. I remember on my NA account, because I was like day 1 or similar to day 1 again, I had like 3 limit broken Leylines in just no time, and I wasn't even trying to get them. But at some point down the road, they switched it to FP only. I have no idea why they did that. If it was a bad CE that people didn't want, they should have done that. But, like, dude, God, they're just... Like, I swear, when they did that, they thought they were helping the player base. Because I think that's when they added Jewel Sword, is when they moved Leyline. Like, oh yeah, we went... You know, and same for Black Keys. Black Keys they took out of regular summon. They were like, oh yeah, we'll take these out of the regular summon so you don't get them anymore. Because they're like in the way, it's like annoying to get them. But those are some of like the fundamental CEs that are useful to new players, you know, Leyline is anyway. And, you know, they made it harder to get them, so new players have a harder time getting those fundamental CEs. And they did the same thing again recently with the Sakura CE, right? The Sakura CE is easily one of the better budget CEs, because you don't need to limit break it for it to be good. You get 1 copy of it, and it's 60% starting NP. That's awesome, right? And it's just a 4-star craft essence. It's not that rare. It's super helpful. And then they removed that one as well, right? And they added in the new ones, right? You know, this one, which is a nice, you know, starting NP with damage on the side, right? That's good. They added those in, so they're like trying to shrink the pool so they're easier to get. And I can get behind that design philosophy. That's fine, but like, how to put this? It's like, if you're going to remove something from the 4-star pool, don't remove some of the best ones that people actually need. Don't remove, like, Millennium Tree, right? Like, Jesus Christ, nobody wants that. You know, there's plenty of 4-star craft essences you could yeet out of the pool that would help people out. Like, Imaginary Element is, like, the worst one to remove. You can still get it, but only from Story Summon, so. Yet another reason to roll Story, though, like I was talking about for budget accounts, it's actually really useful to do it. Doesn't really matter what he has either. Get that DPS in. The Medea Master CE. That's actually a good CE. I'm serious. A lot of people, I think, burn it without even remembering what it does. It's not good for general gameplay, but if you have a unit that has magic resist, and then you have a limit broken, whatever the fuck that thing's called, I think it's called like primal magic or some bullshit, or primeval magic or some, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, you know, it boosts your debuff resistance, and I think it's by 20, it's either by 20 or 25% when it's limit broken. I don't remember. It might be 25, but it's somewhere in there. And then you have magic resist on top of it. That's really good. When you have a really obnoxious... Okay, this is not the final fight with Herc. Damn, there's another one. So it is going to get a little bit hard here. Anyway, when the... when you have that much debuff resist against a boss, like frequently throws out debuffs, especially for your support, right? You might not want to give it to a DPS because it'll slow them down too much. But you put it on a support or something, it can keep them from getting skill sealed or some annoying shit like that. Like, that's pretty good. And if I put Mash in the front row, I could get triple defense up on George. Actually not bad. I'm gonna save my charm for when George is dead, I think. And I know the final fight with Herc is a bit of a fight when you're holding yourself back like we are, so we'll see how it goes here. Herc, buddy. You know, actually, on the final fight with Herc, I probably should give Stheno just whatever that I was starting NP on it. I won't use Cope Scope because it is kind of strong. But I should give her something. Just because I might actually want to charm him. Yeah, he's got damage! Like, that killed me in one hit through double defense up. That's where, legitimately, when you're new to the game, because a lot of people sucked back in the day, you gotta understand, way back, it was much harder to level, and so a lot of people would be doing Oceanus at lower level, right? And because of that, your support, because the big thing that's nerfing us is we're not summoning a support from a friend. We're summoning the story support. But back in the day, most of your story supports were going to be trash, and I don't remember when they changed it. In the early days, you could only summon people's leader slot. And a lot of times that was just mash, so it wasn't really that useful anyway. So back in the day, you know, we were much weaker when you were fighting this stuff, right? And you didn't have a lot of CE options, you know, things like that. And because people sucked, you probably wouldn't think to bring a taunt wall here and why that would even be useful and stuff. So let's say you bring your DPS and your DPS happens to get unlucky and they just get one shot on turn one, and that means you can't kill Herc for a lot of turns, and then he's just one-shotting other units per turn and then you lose, right? I bet you that happened to people back in the day. But yeah, for the typical player like on an A, leveling was so much easier and they had the dailies. Your average friend support was so strong that wasn't really an issue anymore. Okay, now we're gonna charm though, because I don't want to explode. Well, I don't know why I thought that was gonna work, because these are mental debuff resistance. Got the taunt, but I don't really want to taunt anybody. Good thing Protoku is as safe as he is, because seriously, if this was like a normal DPS, they could just die right here. How much damage Herc is doing. That was really lucky that was not a Buster card. We would have absolutely died there if it was. Herc's being weird right now. Oh, Stheno not landing any of the debuffs. Fantastic. Kind of weird that I killed him without my NP. Feels a bit bad. Well, we got another fight with him. Maybe that one will be a little bit better. Oh, he killed people though. Man, it takes a lot longer there without the cope scope. I think you fight some trash mobs before you fight him again at the end. I don't know, maybe you do fight him right here and it's just trash mobs than him. That might be what this is. That actually is going to be harder. If he himself is harder and you have the trash mobs, well, you can build NP on the trash mobs, so in a way it helps you. I think it actually is worth it. What's the most starting NP I can get? It's probably just this again. I mean, it would be this, but I don't want to use that. It's cheating. Yeah, I don't have anything more than 30%. Unless this... No, that's 25. Well, let's see. This is 25 and then 5% NP gain. Versus this, which is just the extra... I think the extra 5% is probably better. Doubt it makes much of a difference, though. I mean, this is more... This is maybe even worse, but it's more representative of, like, the CEs that were available back in the day. Although, this is basically a non-limit broken ley line, and that's fine. That. Actually, let's do that. Hey, at least Ushi without the costume though says the saw 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 line, right? Where if you've got the costume, you don't say it, right? So if I ever use Ushi in a video and it's just a single Ushi, because what I do right now in videos is if I use two Ushis, one will have the costume and one won't. But if I ever just use a single Ushi in a video and it's the one with the costume, I will edit in the voice line, right? Just like I do with Gwen's NP and stuff. Oh, the idol event. I was really not a big fan of that one. And I just like how they gave a bunch of costumes to units that don't have animation updates, so their character models look bad still. It's like, why are we doing this? Sorry, I am taunting to just try to prevent PFA from getting ticked off. Maybe I shouldn't have cast it. Wasn't really thinking about it. Not a lot of NP gain to be had here. Stheno with that good gain rate though. Nice damage, nerds. So Buster, Art Buster Quick is more NP gain for Protoku, but I'm gonna do Buster Quick Art because it's comparable NP gain, and I'm not actually sure he's gonna kill this because it's a saber, so I actually need the damage. Yeah, he didn't. No, I need the gain on Protoku. Do that. Did Stheno existed? Yeah, she's a day 1 unit. It's Uriel that wasn't added until Oceanus. That's so weird. That's so weird because Uriel is like the more popular one, and is also the one like people use more because she's, you know, big counter, you know, the male servants, and but she's also the 3-star, so she's much easier to get. So it's kind of weird that the rarer one that's ultimately like not very popular and all that is the one that's in the game since day 1. They used to add 3-stars pretty regularly though, like even America added Geronimo and Billy and stuff, right? They used to. It used to be like, I think every Singularity actually used to add a 3-star. Kind of sucks that they don't do that anymore. Surely George will kill it. Uriel is close to day one. Sounds like Rex with the loading. Just give quality options. That's why Cairo wants to get partner, because his stream doesn't have quality options. Which really sucks. Alright, we can... I guess we have George attack on, because George is totally getting his NP against Hercules, guys. $239. Okay, yeah, I can see why someone could actually die here. I'm glad we got a little more serious with our setup, because that could be bad. That could be. Protoku's good here though, because you got some survivability. Also, this would be way harder if they didn't give you those trash mobs. Those trash mobs make this so much easier because you build up your NP like that. Because we didn't use Cope Scope, right? We're handicapping ourselves, so we're not using Cope Scope, and we still got our NP, right? And you could easily have done that back in the day. Actually, everything about this setup you could do. Now, obviously, we're using that Iris Veal CE, but that's standing in for like a ley line, right? Because you'd have ley line back in the day. We can't have ley line now because this game's a shit. But back in the day, you'd have a bunch of like non-limit broken ley lines, or even limit broken ley lines. So it's just standing in for that. And Stheno existed back then. George existed back then. Protoku existed back then. And all of Protoku's buffs we don't have yet, right? So this is completely all how you could be back in the day. And it still should not be a problem, I would think. Oh wait, no, Stheno though. Yeah, no, wait a minute. No. Stheno, she was one of those units that had to be graced with unlocking her third skill. And yeah, also, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think her mats were in the game. I don't think you could get her to 70. And she wouldn't have her upgraded NP, because we actually do have that. But yeah, she was one of those early FGO units that didn't have a third skill. So, nope, not legit. Throw it in the trash. Delete account. God, that's so dumb. It's so dumb that all those units that had to unlock their fucking third skill. Oh my god, like what a joke. Do I go for the charm though? Yeah, I want the defense down. So, and she didn't have. See, no, this is totally unlegit because she wouldn't have the defense down back in the day. She did have the charm back in the day, but yeah, you would not have the defense down here. I guess Stheno last for damage there. Yeah, meanwhile, Siegfried, he started with his third skill. It's because they wanted him to have his anti-dragon stuff. 50k? 55k? 54k? Pretty close. Not bad. For, you know, how low our MP rank is. Quick chain or buster? We'll do the quick chain, see if we get a bullshit thing. Nah, I think they'll update Caster Gilius at some point. I think he's really low on their priority list. I think they should have updated him with imaginary number bullshit event, whatever that was called. Imaginary Ocean or whatever the fuck, you know, 4.5. They should have done it then, I think, but he's probably got an Imaginary Scramble, that's it. Who gives a shit, that event. Anyway, actually it had some fun side content though, it really did. Anywho, if they didn't do it then, I don't see them doing it anytime soon. Because he's probably not going to be used in a story again anytime soon, so they're not going to have any reason to update him for a long time. So he's probably really low on that priority list. I will save the charm. Well, if I save the charm, now I'm gonna do it now because he's really likely to have mental debuff resistance in future. Stheno's actually being really useful. She gave us a lot of damage, and Herc hasn't gotten to do anything yet. And then when he finally gets to do something, we've got Taunt Wall. So honestly, Stheno is really good here. Now, if she didn't have her buffs though, she would only have done the double charm. She would not have done the defense down. But I wouldn't say Saber Gilius or Caster Gilius would necessarily get a bad animation update, because honestly, I think it's like at the mercy of how much like effort they have available, right? Like how much manpower they have at the time, or which different artist happens to be in charge of it, or whatever, right? It's like random, because Boudica, who is decently popular for a low star, got a very low effort animation update. That's just objective. That was a very low effort animation update. She's like no frames. You know, it's pretty bad. But then Caligula, who's not really that popular, at least at the time, he's become more popular because of his animation update, but he got a very high quality animation update, right? So they're pretty all over the map, right, about their animation updates. There's been some popular characters that got pretty phoned in, and then unpopular characters that weren't phoned in. But of course, we've had popular characters like Ushi that, you know, did get effort put into them, so it's kind of, yeah, they have Okita, who's got like never even has gotten a proper animation update. She gets like half-ass animation updates, right? So there's really no consistencies to it, so you never know. So Gilius could randomly get, you know, awesome animations randomly like Caligula did. You never know. But I'm worried about Sanson, because I like Sanson a lot, and here's the thing, really like Okita, because she's so popular, could potentially get another animation update, a third one, right? It could happen. Probably not soon, but because she's really popular, it could happen with like Redline. Maybe she finally gets a real animation update, right? But if Sanson gets an animation update, he is never getting one again. Whatever he gets, he is stuck with for eternity. So I'm really worried that and same for Billy, right? I don't want Billy to get a really shitty one. So I'm really worried about them. Like whenever if I ever see the news that they finally got an animation update, when I go to boot up the game and see it for myself, I'm gonna be so like concerned, right? I'm like, I hope this isn't garbage. But Boudica's really scared me because it was so low effort. And same for Scaffs, because some people like Scaffs, like choreography, and that's fine, but there's no denying that it's very low effort, and they're doing a lot of tricks to not have to animate her body and like to reanimate her different body parts and stuff. They're just doing paper mache stuff. They very reanimated her ligaments and stuff, and they did like a lot of flashy stuff with like particle effects. So, and Scaff is popular. Like, I mean, sure, Scaff's not as popular as like I don't know, like Mash or Jolter or something, but Scaff is a very popular character, and the fact that she got that little effort put into it, it's like anybody could have, you know, low effort put into it. So yeah, I don't want Billy having like dumbass like gun fu though. That would suck. Just what Billy needs is effort put into his sound effects. That's how to make a good Billy animation update. Because you don't need to like be jumping around or flipping around and shit. Like you just want to shoot gun good. Like I actively don't want Billy doing like trick shots and shit, right? I just want him to you know, to draw the gun quickly and you know, shoot them, right? That's all you really need. But then you need good sound effects. That's how you make that rainbow gung fu. Got it, right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of worried they're gonna do like stupid shit with Billy, like, oh, it's just a gun. We got to find a way to make it fancier, right? So I'm kind of worried about that. But you know, I don't know. We'll see. I could really see them going like just trying to like do trick shots and overly fancy dumbass stuff with Billy, which I really hope they don't do that. But I have a feeling they will, because I just think they're gonna see it as, well, if he just stands there and shoots, that's really boring, right? But like again, how you make it not boring is you make his sprite better. Obviously, you have to give him a better just how he looks, and then you make the sound effects good. When you look at a lot of like shooter games and how they make the guns, you know, feel better to use and stuff, that's how they do it, is the very good like recoil and sound effects. I need to pay attention. I haven't used Vinch much because I'm not really a fan. But I should. Why did I do that? I'm like autopiloting over here. Why the fuck did I do that? So part of me wants to taunt Protoku because he's got the one-hit evade, so when it goes away I can recast it, but after the NP he could attack again. Alright, here's what I do. I taunt Protoku, but then I give him the defensive damage cut, so the follow-up hit shouldn't kill him. That heal was so dumb. So, they probably shouldn't give him his rifle because it was never detailed in his character material, and he never used it in Lost Belt 1, and he never used it in America. Now, obviously, America's a really old story where no one really used any of their toolkits, like, at all. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's been so odd. If he's had his gun this whole time, or his rifle this whole time, why the hell hasn't he used it, right? So I wouldn't put it in his animation update. If you ever want to give Billy his rifle, you should do it if you ever make like a 4-star version of Billy or something like that, which they're probably not going to want to do because they're lazy fucks. But see, now I should have healed Protoku because he actually matters here. Thankfully, we got our NP again, and we went. That was pretty smooth setup, to be honest. Actually, it might be an easy boss from old FGO, but that was a nice, clean setup other than the heal. I doubt they would ever revisit Summer 2, but you never know. And we didn't actually kill. Well, now I wish I had Stheno's NP because she could remove the guts and the evade. Might still be able to remove the guts, we'll see. That is really good NP game. Alright, Gong just holding on. Stheno being actually good here, because I don't have to worry about like target switching or any bullshit like that. Yeet the guts. That was almost a boss. Hector was harder, though. Hector was absolutely harder. When we handicapped, although that's not really fair. We handicapped ourselves a lot more in Hector because we were like, okay, we're gonna pretend we're an account that doesn't have a saber, because a lot of accounts didn't have sabers back then. That was a big part of why Hector felt like an actual boss fight. Stheno meta, yeah. She'll be good down the road. She'll do work. I'm interested to see like how it goes as the game gets harder. I'm in the part in Shimosa where Masashi gets the eye patch, and I still wonder why it isn't. Oh, you can't get it as a costume? Yeah, I have no idea. I feel like if they made Shimosa today, they would let you get it, like they did for Lost Belt 6. If they made it today, but again, they just don't do things retroactively. They just don't, right? So if they're ever gonna add it, they're gonna do it when in an event where it's relevant again, right? That's just how they are. Like they just don't do shit retroactively. But yeah, it does suck that you can't get the eye patch because they even did the update for the NP and stuff. The one way they might add it is if they ever gave Musashi an animation update and they had to fix it for that, and then they might remember it and like put it in something. I don't know. They didn't do that for Lion King though. I'm still holding out. This is probably copium, but I'm still holding out that for when the second movie comes out in theaters. Oh wait, no, didn't it already come out? Fuck, that's right. It already came out in theaters. You know, it's over. No, it's over. I was gonna say Lion King. I was gonna say Lion King, because they did do the animation update for her other costume, but the second movie's already out, so it's over. This is probably trash mobs. Am I about to do DPS Hans? I'm about to do DPS Hans. Do I have anything that will boost his damage in any way? Like, don't think so. So attack stat is probably the thing that, matters. I don't remember what this does, but, it gives 500 attack stat, so... good enough for me! I'm unironically doing DPS Hans right now. I should have used Darius. That's what I should have done. I should have used Darius. Pyro was never proud. Artemis outfit in Lost Belt 5. Yeah, that'd be cool. Her Lost Belt look, the like black visor and all that. Although that one is different because you never saw her in game. I don't think they ever made any in-game sprite work for it. So for like the eye patch, the work was already done. For the visor, the lolly dragon, already done. The veil for Morgan, the in-game stuff was already done, right? They'd already done the work. With Artemis, they probably never bothered to do an in-game sprite for it, so that's they probably wouldn't have done that one. So feels bad. Shadow, Caligula, and Phantom of the Opera. Let's see. Well, Caligula is the one that can fuck us up, so I'm gonna go for the charm here. Oh, fuck. If I had known this is what we were fighting, I would not have used DPS haunts, by the way. Well, bad start. Looks like NP overcharge. Yeah, I saw people saying like they only wanted Sir K in the game if they made him weird because they already have so many normal knights. Yeah, I don't like that kind of diversity for the sake of diversity. It's not. First off, there's no artistic integrity behind it, right? Like that's not the design is not then matching the story or anything like that, right? You're just doing something because. That's cart before the horse, and I always dislike that kind of thing. And like, it shouldn't be like, oh yeah, if Sir K gets added early in the game's life, then he gets to be normal. But if he gets whoever happens to get added later has to be different. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like yeah, but they were always like that in Camelot. That's there's no integrity there. Well, George got absolutely crushed there. I wonder. I think I am going to heal. See if George can buy me some time here. Man, I so hope I'm not watching the Tales of Arise like demo and stuff. I don't want to be like spoiled on stuff. But I really like Tales of games. Some of them have sucked though, like for real. A few of them have absolutely sucked. So they're no guarantee to be good. But I really like Tales of Vesperia and Symphonia and stuff, although the early game in Symphonia is terrible. But anyway, so I really hope Arise is good, and I hope it's hard, like at good boss battles and all that, but and good music, etc. I'm looking forward to trying it out, but I hope it doesn't disappoint. Because we've had some Tales games over the years that have been absolute garbage, and they haven't made a Tales game in a really long time. They took a real break from making them, so I hope now that they're coming back to it, that is good. How's the account review work? He says your account sucks and then you get good. Yeah, that's how it works. Speaking of which, I should do another one here in a second. Gotta keep up with things there. The demand is kind of high and we're not going through them that quickly, so. Fuck, it's NP time. He'll do his extra attack. I have not been paying attention to who goes first. Well, I'm gonna taunt Chen Gong and hope Phantom goes first, but he probably doesn't, because normally the unit in the back goes first. That's not, there are like specific times where they change it so it doesn't work that way, but this is so early in Efko's life. It probably does work that way, so Chen Gong is probably gonna die here, unless Stheno kills Caligula, which he might. Please crit. Yes! I don't think we would have killed without that crit. Look at that value. Now, look at that. Because now he's got the counter class, and so it's all good, right? And the NP's over. Look at this Chen Gong damage. I'm gonna purposely level my David to 10-110 before submitting my account. So you shouldn't have said that. See, now we'll see it coming, right? You blew your load too early, sir. I'm thinking about attack upping Stheno. You know what? I'm doing it. We're gonna Brave Chain with the NP and hope this the Buster card bonus and then Art card crit with the crit up and attack up. 50% chance. The thing is, this is probably why you find team comps difficult. You can't really... There are no universal team comps aside for farming, right? And that kind of thing. Especially if you're free to play, right? For whales and like when you have all the OP stuff, there's a lot of tried and true stuff that basically works all the time. But for more budgety stuff, everything is tailored to what you're doing, right? What's best is gonna be completely dependent on what you're doing. So there's not really any universal advice I can give you, right? The only way I can advise on that kind of thing is like, hey, I'm doing this boss. These are the units I have. What would be good for that, right? That you can do, but it's really hard to give any kind of universal advice because, you know, the whole point is when you're the more budget you are, the more you have to tailor your team to the content, right? You gotta know what's good for what you're doing and how you're playing. Is it a burst fight or a long-term fight? You know, is it single target AOE? You know, that kind of, are there debuffs or they're not debuffs, right? Like those kinds of things really affect the setup, which is good in my opinion. That's why I enjoy the game, and that's a big part of why I like doing budget stuff. Well, what NP rank is he's only NP1, but we're gonna win. So for the memes, just land the attack up pawn so you're buffing your killer. You know, increase the effectiveness of your killer here. If Qingong was NP2 though, we'd have a nice big boost to our damage, so it's a shame that he's NP1 here. Like we're overcharging Qingong and giving him the attack up. Oh, what a life. Oh my god, so close. If he had been in P2, that would have killed with some wiggle room there. That was the right play though, I would say. That we probably would have won a turn later if I had not done that. Alright, give me 1 second, I'm gonna get water, and then we'll do an account review here. And then I think it's Hector time, and this will be the main fight with him, so it'll be, we'll probably do the no saber thing again, like mimicking a shitty account from back in the day, and we'll see what happens. Alright, give me 1 moment, chat. I almost tripped on my chair arm there, or leg, excuse me. Alright, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. I had to do a few real life things real quick, and then I decided I wanted to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because fuck it. And it's delicious. Run away? Y'all up to no good, huh? This would be way too easy at level 70. Like, level 70 is way too powerful for this point in the game. Oh yeah, count review. Let's see here. I don't remember which one the Shiba Cash emote is, but I've generally liked the Shiba emotes, so... let's do OneHyberion. I think is his name. OneHyberion. All right. Oh, this is another flex. Fuck, we're doing 2 flex accounts in a row. God damn it. But 2.5 year JP players are obviously a flex. I only do GSSR. Still on Fafnir, by the way. Yeah, right. Yeah, still in Orleans, sure. For 2 years. Okay. Looking at NP ranks here. So Gwen NP2. Not much. Tomoe's NP2. Lancelot's NP3. Well, honestly, because Lancelot's NP3, I would definitely level him, unless you don't like him, but I would invest in him. I think Lancelot's a bit better than Hokusai. But Hokusai's already 999, so if you wanted to use that, that's good enough, really. But in the long run, Lancelot would be really good. But you don't really need him if you already got a Hokusai. Let's see. Oh, the Grails are at the bottom. I mean, this is just a flex account, so there's really no advice to... we have so many flex accounts people send in. I gotta figure something out about that, because... The problem is if you just like ignore them, they're going to build up to be too many. I don't want to never review flex accounts, but it'll probably get better once people start sending in more information about their accounts and like they talk about like how they use it, and so it's more about like just checking out what they like and that kind of thing. Because these are all old. These are all from like at the very beginning. Okay, well, you got Artoria for AoE, Sigurd for single target, and you got the twins and Hokusai for backup. What else you got for AoE, though? Like how Artoria Lily's NP7. I'm guessing it's because of the coin system. I'm trying to find Artoria's NP rank. Let me see here. Oh, she's NP1, because you spelled it Altria. Oh my god. It's one of those. Anyway, so honestly, you don't have super strong AoE, but with Artoria or Saber Lily's buff, honestly, Saber Lily I would say is worth investing in, like her battery skill and whatnot, because she's your only AoE Saber with a high NP rank, and she's got that higher damage multiplier on her NP, and she's got that battery buff, and with the coin system, she has the other battery. So she's actually really good for AoE. Everything, obviously single target though, you don't need anything else, but no joke, I think Saber Lily is like really legit AoE option these days. That buff she just received was like so good for her. That went so under the radar though, because it was released with all this other crazy shit going on, right? It was all the Lost Belt 6 nonsense coming up, and you know, other units getting buffed, so I think that went way under everyone's radar. Hey look, someone else was Say, but 999 hasn't committed to the 10-10-10. Yet you got 10-10-10 Saber, or Joan of Arc, Archer, the summer version, and Orion and Gilgamesh, so you got some heavy hitters there. Between Orion and Gilgamesh, you basically don't even need anything else. And then for you got Gil for AoE / single target, then you have Arash as well. You got Tristan for the buff removal, the team survival. Didn't pass the David test. Didn't pass the David test. I mean, you don't even have Tristan's at 10, so you super don't pass the David test. You're not even at 6, right? And even if you have Merlin, if it's not even at 6, you do have Merlin, but yeah, it's not even at 6, so you still complete fail. Super F. Get him out of here. But yeah, you have a lot of really strong archers, and Jesus Christ! Fan of Lancers, I feel. We got 2 Grailed Lancers there, and a lot of maxed out ones. Jesus Christ, what's the NP rank on that per body? NP2, so like really strong AoE there. And they just buffed the Reshigal, so you have like super strong Lancers. So your Lancer class is like destroying the other ones, and then you've got really shitty Fionn there, but he's still good for farming even at that. Combined with your other units, you can easily just do like 1 AoE unit per wave, right? If you got enough K-scopes and shit, you can do that really easy. Rider, way less riders than your other classes there by quite a lot, but you got maximum Ivan. How about that? Ugh. Oof, though, he's NP1. That's the pain. Imagine being level 100, 10, 10, 10, but then you're NP1, and he's 2k foed, right? That's a big oof. Still an amazing unit, though. I mean, Ivan is so good, even at NP1, he'll still perform amazingly well. Just feels bad when you're missing out on that big damage boost from 1 to 2. That's the biggest damage boost in the game. Yeah, between Ivan and Ozzy, though, the only time you would ever really need another rider is when Buster is bad for some reason. But for farming, you've also got Medusa, and for backup, you've got Ushi and Ryoma. So yeah, I mean, literally, you just don't need to level anything between Ozzy and Ivan. That covers all your needs right there. And then, other than maybe farming, because Ivan's not, you can clear 1 wave easy, but that's it. And then you got the Medusa, though, and Arash. So, I mean, there's your farming, no problem. You have all the big supports there. Actually, do you have Castoria? Yeah, you do. There she is. Yeah, you have all the big supports. And they're all 10, 10, 10, so you have no problems with farming. Now, I have to wonder, I suspect this is either, well, they said they only do GSSR, but I was about to guess that I thought they were free to play, because, I mean, GSSR is basically free to play, but even though they have all the big supports, I think they've just been saving up and gunning for the meta, like, you know, meta slave with their roles, if you will, because a lot of their favorites have just been NP1, and that's a real sign of a free-to-play, or at least like a fish. You know, you're not going to see a dolphin or a whale with a unit that's their favorite, that's level 100, 2k foed, and it's NP1, right? Only fish and free-to-plays will that happen, and it happens all the time. It's actually really common, unfortunately, because yeah, I suspect. I suspect that they roll pretty often, but they do save up for stuff that they like a little bit, and then the meta. But then other than the meta and stuff, they kind of just roll and get what they get, I feel like. Because nothing's high NP rank, really, for 5 stars. All the 5 stars are NP1. Either that, or they just stop rolling when they get NP1. Some people do that. They're happy enough at NP1, so if they get the thing, they just stop and then save the rest of their SQ. What's a free-to-play? I would say Krill. I don't really say Krill. Alright, let's see here. Assassin, Grailed, Kama. I mean, when are you ever gonna need... And also, look, NP1. See, it's like that it's... Oof. But I'm kind of suspecting this guy stops after getting the thing that he wants. Got Bench, hasn't ranked her up, but really, if you've got Merlin and Waver, it's like, whatever. It's like, it's not hard to farm. You don't really need it. It's for showing off. It is. I'm sorry. It's literally for showing off. Trying to, like, you know, I'll do this, like, LOL, you know, 3 turning a challenge quest or whatever, because you have, like, Leviathan supports and everything. For practicality, it doesn't matter. This account, you could evaporate Vench, like, Vench doesn't exist, and this account would have no problems 3 turning, you know, any farming node, and it's going to be challenge quests really easy. And you might say, oh, you could maybe beat it 1 turn faster with Vench, but that normally requires you to do the challenge quest multiple times to figure that out anyway, where this account could have just beaten it the 1 time and moved on, so who cares, right? Now, if you're doing it for the fun, or the challenge, that's you know, of course, but people act like Vench is like this must-have servant, and I just don't think she is at all. Like, I don't think she, if anything, I actually still think Merlin is better than Oberym and Vench for the average player, because Vench and Oberym are more for showing off, where Merlin will actually carry your dumbass. So I think Merlin is still one of the most useful supports in the game from a practicality standpoint. Like, he's just so helpful in so many scenarios. And then, like, with Waver and then him, you can farm anything, and you can 3-turn any free quest, so, like, who gives a shit? But yeah, Kama with and also having Scatty is so powerful, so... And for back, oh, look at the Phantom, I got the 777 there. I know why you stopped at 777, I've leveled his skills before, I know exactly why you stopped there. The mats get a little nasty there, and he's kind of you only leveled him for a meme, I would imagine. Although who knows, could be one of the few Stheno of the Upper fans out there. There are dozens of us. Okay, Berserker, you've got giant Hijikata, giant Hercules, and he's being foed. You got the Jerker, Grail Jerker. I haven't seen that like at all. I'm actually surprised. I'm really surprised we haven't seen more Grail Jerkers, because Jolter is really popular. And then Jerker is free. And she's also in a bikini, so, you know, there's that. So I'm really surprised we don't see more Grail Jerkers, and she's just good gameplay-wise. Like, from a practicality standpoint, it's a pretty reasonable thing to do. And a lot of people don't get Jolter because they started playing after her raid-ups. And also, Jolter's animations are terrible because day one character model, right? And then, so Jerker is basically Jolter in a bikini, so I would feel like you would see Grail Jerkers everywhere. But I guess part of it is because she's just really good regardless, and she doesn't need them. And I don't know, maybe some people just... I imagine if there was like a voting competition between Jerker and Jolter, Jolter would win by a lot in terms of popularity. So, even though they're kind of the same person, but, you know, I think some people, if they're going to grail one, they're going to grail that one. I know when they do like those surveys and stuff, where they show off like some of the most popular units of that year and stuff, I mean, Jerker normally does well on those, and a lot of times those don't even account the past, because people always say this, dude, when when they do like the most grailed units for like the anniversary and stuff, people like miss the fine detail of that's the most grailed units of that year, which is really relevant, because like, look at this guy, got Jolter grailed, just like Jerker, right? He probably did that a long time ago. And so for like this year, he won't count as having grailed Jolter because he did it a long time ago, right? Like, people's absolute favorites are already grailed. So normally when the anniversary comes around and they show off who's been grailed that year, it's really only what's popular of the new kids. And the fact that sometimes the old kids are still on those lists just show how popular they are, because new people getting into the game are then grailing them and still keeping up, which is crazy. Grailed Mash is just like an automatic thing now. It just it happens when you beat Lost Belt 6. I don't think they've ever actually said who is the most grailed unit in the entire game. I'd love for them to show that, though. That would be awesome, but I don't think they've done that. But yeah, most people that wanted to grail Ushi or Arash or Jolter, Gilgamesh, they were grailed so long ago that they're rarely gonna win those things. Jolter probably is up there. I'm not sure she'd be number one just because she's not the most accessible. She doesn't have that many raid ups and stuff. But she's probably up there. I would not be surprised if Jolter was up there. I'm sure Gil's up there. I know Gil is... Every time they do competitions like that, Gil does so well. He is so fucking popular. Jesus Christ. I mean, I grailed Gil, for God's sakes. But I'm not sure Gil would be number one either. I will say, though, Gil has a lot of raid ups, so he's easier to get if you do like him. So that would definitely help him out. I don't know what it would be. I'm sure Emiya's up there. Ku's probably up there just because, you know, anyone can have Ku, and Ku is popular. He's not as popular as Gil, though, and Jolter, though, of course not. But yeah, I'd love to see, like, all the top 100 grailed units or something. That'd be really cool. My God, this guy's got... Look at how many grailed units there are. I guess, you know, the game's been... I'm just surprised. He's only been playing for, like, what, 2.5 years? And look at all these hundreds, and there's, like, damn. Like, that's a lot, man. It looks like he doesn't grail anything to 90. Unless I'm mistaken, nothing is grailed to 80 or 90. Everything is grailed to 100. If it's grailed all the way. That's what it looks like. I might be overlooking something random, though. But yeah, a lot of 100s here. I know grailed Q is like the most common for like the beginning of NA, but again, NA does the same thing. Once, you know, after that first year, most people that are going to grail Q have done it. And then for consecutive years, he's not counting anymore. So I'm sure Q is very high on NA, but there's no way to know like where exactly. But he probably is up there because he was already when JP started, he wasn't known for being good, where on NA he was known for being good. And then also, he'd become more popular. Ku is just a character that's become more popular as time has gone on. He just became more and more popular. So there was, and I think his style of character is more popular in NA, North America anyway, although he is very popular in Japan as well. So I think that kind of plays into why he did so well on NA. Okay, I like the summer, it's the summer, what's her name, Artoria, the ruler one. That's not one you see grailed much. She has really fun gameplay, I gotta say. It's not necessarily the strongest, but it's certainly unique. Good for farming though, actually, just because of the big battery. What's her NP rank? Probably NP1, because that's how this account has been, but you never know. Let's see, where is she? Gorgon, Lobo, Sherlock. I am not seeing it. I'm guessing if it's not listed, it's just NP1. Oh, Bunny Toria. NP1, okay. That's a bit limited for farming then, just because the counterclass thing, but it's still okay. There's still uses for it. 12 apples? 12 apples? Oh, oh man, that's a rough one. That's a lot of farming though, I'll say that. Jesus Christ, all the interludes and strengthenings done. I did 226 boxes on last lottery, so yeah, that's where all the apples went. By the way, I could do 226 lotteries on my main account or my ult account, and it wouldn't really even phase it. I would still have so many fucking apples. Like, I have a lot. But for most people, though, that's gonna be most of their apples. I would think. I imagine you're swimming in skill gems then, so that's good. Okay. So that was, what was it, Hyperion? Or was it, let me check again. I've never seen them in chat, unless their name doesn't match. Hyberion, OneHyberion. But yeah, they got a strong as fuck account. Like, for being free to play, they're totally ready for anything. This is what I'm talking about though. Free to plays can totally get all the meta supports if they just save up their SQ for them, right? So this guy's super meta. He's got good DPS in every slot. He's got a lot of support stuff. No fucking apples though. So hard to actually enjoy the game if he wants to, but what are you gonna do? He's still fighting Fafnir, yeah, in Lost Belt 6, I wish. Alright, it's Hector time. We're gonna go no saber, because again, a lot of people back in the day didn't have a saber for this fight, so although our only leveled one is this one right now, but we'll just pretend we don't have it. I could use Darius then. It's a decent stand-in. Baldy, that's the one. If we use Han's DPS, we will lose. I don't know if I want to start with George. Might look weird bringing David, but his skill is that good for this situation. If we lose, it's going to be because of him imping twice. If I have to fight at neutral, I'd probably use Proto-Ku. What about... The problem with that is David's timing could be off. Like the odds of David showing up at the right time are... The block and NP are pretty suspect. Now I would do Cope Scope, but that's cheating, so let's not. Am I actually gonna bother getting Darius's NP? Let's go Ushi then, because she'll get her NP faster, because she's not gonna have a lot of starting NP to work with. This is kind of cheating, but if I'm not using Cope Scope, I think it's fair enough. Kind of makes up for the lack of ley line. I actually think that's kind of why they added it, really. Hey, I don't fail the David test because my account, no one's account has been this low level. I'd give people a pass if I saw someone's account where they're still in Oceanus and their account level is like, 40 or whatever. And it's, you bet your ass one of the first skills I'm leveling on this account is David's second skill. We'll see how all that works out though. I haven't leveled anyone's skills yet because I'm kind of waiting until we get to the harder part of the game. Yeah, I'll just take the 5%. Alright. I'm a little worried. Leveling skills, what a whale indeed. Kind of depends. I would say it's good to have David's skill at 10 as soon as possible, ultimately. Now, obviously, I'm not leveling any skills yet because it's just not necessary, but like really, it's just as soon as possible, I would say. And it's certainly good for Camelot because it'll help you. Some accounts that are, well, it depends. It depends on how you play the game. Like, I know you play the game a lot, really budgety, like I do. So for you, getting it to 10 for like Gwaine is actually going to be very handy. But for a normal person, they're just going to summon some OP archer from their support list that's like level 100, and that will just melt Gwaine and stuff anyway, right? But as time goes on, I guess, I mean, certainly by the time you get to like the farther law spells, then abso-fucking-lutely by then. But I mean, if you're taking advantage of what the game gives you, you can get away with not having it leveled for a long ass time, really. But the more you want to carry yourself, the more you want to like stand on your own, or the more budget you are, then the more important it is. But by the time because here's the thing, on JP, you never know what's coming down the pipes, right? We don't know what's in Lost Belt 7. We don't know what's in the next challenge quest. We don't know what's in the summer event. And so it's just really good just in case to have a David that strong ready to go, because sometimes the cooldown really matters. Like, y'all remember the anniversary fight with Artoria, right? The Artorias altar. The anniversary fight there, David was amazing, right? David was one of the best ways for a budget setup to work there. And it was very revolving around his max skill rank on his second skill, right? That's extremely important there. And fights like that, you know, that require David to use his skill multiple times, they can pop up, you know, at any time. You never know, right? So it's good to have. But for the main story, you can get away with not having it for a really long time, and it kind of depends on your other units, though. And how you play the game. Because you might have other units where you can just crush a lot of those harder bosses and it's not going to be a big deal, but maybe you don't, and then maybe you're going to need the extra help. Really fumbling over my words today. Tired, I guess. Okay, I am not sure I actually should have taunted there, but we will roll with it. Watch this amazing NP game. Okay, he's got a really large defense up there from his taunt. No NP gain to be had for Darius. Yeah, Romulus does need an animation update, especially because you've got Super Romulus. It's only fair. It's been in the game for so long. I think because of Super Romulus, though, they might not do it for a while. It's like, oh, there's your animation update. I'm thinking about using the art card, even though it's overkill, just for the overkill bonus, but let's not be that slow. But if you do an art card into pure overkill, it really is a lot of NP game. Part of me wants to charm. I don't want Darius getting smacked, but I think we save it. You know what? I should have used Stheno's NP drain earlier just for the gain. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not only did he crit him, but he busted him. And he double attacked him. That was so unlikely. That is so bad. I think we just lost to Hector because of that. I should have... That is so unlucky. Like, him attacking him twice was unlikely anyway, but attacking him twice normally wouldn't kill him, but he busted and crit him. Like, are you fucking kidding me? What a shit. Oh, we are in so much trouble because of that. I'm just gonna reset. I'm gonna take the AP hit. God damn it, dude. Berserker life. God, my Darius is still NP1. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Rome half defeated us. It is kind of weird that they summoned Romulus here. There's not a lot of thought put into the story at this point in the game, and especially the Shadow Servants. But it is kind of odd because, you know, he's Roman, and this is Greek. Huh. Maybe we want to go a little bit faster. You know, I was going pretty slow there for the NP gain, and that was good, but if it results in me dying, it's not worth it. Well, Japanese isn't that big of a deal because, you know, Roman is weird because there's like a whole shtick there, you know, with Rome kind of taking out Greece, and they kind of had all that in Lost Belt 5, right? So, it's kind of weird that they summoned Romulus here. But I doubt they were thinking about it too much. I almost did the Art Buster just for the game there, but I was like, no, no, let's not go that slow. That's what killed us last time. Woo boy, I do not want him casting Imperial Privilege. Man, I thought George was gonna live, and there was another Buster. Oh, come on, the deck shuffle. It's being a shit. I want to sneak in a little bit of NP gain, so we'll do this. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. That deck shuffle was awful. Now, Hector, don't be that guy. And I don't think I need to explain what that guy is. Fuck! That's not a good start. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. I'm starting to think Darius is not a good pick here, though, because he could... Oh, that was close. But he could just die so easily. I don't think it's worth... Man! No, Hector is way harder than the bosses we've done prior up to this point, by the way. I can just see it, like, math-wise. Now, I guess if I used a Saber, maybe not quite as much. But, again, your only options back then were Caesar and Gilius, and a lot of people didn't like them, or they just hadn't gotten them yet. Shit. I really want Stheno's NP. I'd love to get it before using Darius's NP, but Darius is gonna die any second. Oh, we are gonna lose. We might actually need to use a Saber like a bitch. To be fair, if you didn't have a Saber, you would surely summon a friend Saber. Although back then you had to do the leader slot thing, so I don't know, maybe not. There probably were some people back in the day suffering. So Ushi couldn't do her attack up because she was stunned. Not the best. I think we're gonna lose. This looks really bad. We are in for it right now. Like, we are not even close right now. Oh, shit. Okay, I kind of need Darius to die now. Yeah, we are, we're looking pretty, pretty doomed here. Oh, there's some timing. Shit. Oh my god. Oh man, yeah. We is super dead here. Big difficulty jump there compared to like the Hercules fight. Stheno used double slap, it's not very effective. I would tend to agree, unfortunately. How does Ushi not have her NP right now? Like, I guess the deck's just been shuffling so much. You could die this turn too. Dude, we're not even close. So she's actually crazy likely to resist the stun because she has Goddess Core. It's actually useful. There's just like no way. We're not even in the ballpark here. Not even at half health. Alright, who gave Hector Aya? I know, right? Got the music going. He just puts Aya like on the end of a staff, right? Oh man. Well, I should have done those cards in the other order, but it doesn't matter, and we probably get her NP, it's just, that's not enough by any means. Bye, Stheno. No, no. Oh, RNG on our side there. So here's the bad news. If I evade now, we'll die to the NP next turn. If I don't evade now, I probably die to the normal card damage this turn. But maybe we get lucky. Drake solo, yeah, right. We might need to use Siegfried. I mean, we could always level Caesar, but yeah, we might be able to squeeze some value out. We'll see. I'll give it another try or two. Well, there's our death. Any chance that we had there, we had to attack here and get our NP again. Like that's death. Curse you, friendship. Look, I have crits here. I could do a lot of damage in NP gain here. So if he didn't land the stun and we didn't die, we could have. If he didn't stun, he would have attacked and we might have died. But that any chance we had was lost right there. Unfortunate. Now you're just BMing. Double drained RNP, man. And so not only did we get double drained, but we could have crit on that one turn and everything, so we could have our MP right now. I see you, Red. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna try a little bit more without using a saber. We're gonna try to figure this out. Darius was not great there. Fuck, I was gonna say if the recommended level is over 40, I would level over 40, but because the recommended level is 40, we won't. Oh boy. So this would really help, but I don't think chat will let me do that for obvious reasons. But that double Proto Coup and regular Coup would be great here. Because you can double PFA and then the guts, so you live a really long time. Technically allowed, because it's not going past 40, but, Ku would be so useful right now. You don't need any of Ku's buffs, just day 1 Ku here with PFA and Guts. That's what it'll have. Would just be so fucking useful. I hope there's proofs in the summer event. I'll try to play this account in the summer event. Oh wait, I'm allowed to summon a story support, so I can pick what I want. Okay, why? They gave you 4 archers! 4 archers and a rider for a goddamn Lancer stage. What a fucking joke. Thanks guys, you're really helping out. Big carry there from the story supports. This is tough, man. These restrictions are brutal. Even with this, it'd still be a little hard, I think. I'd be pretty easy though, but it'd be a little. You have to try still. No cope scope. We're cutting that for now. I don't know. We're restricting ourselves so hard right now. It's getting a little out of hand, I'd say. Chat, can you imagine if I tried to use this in this stage? Like, what an absolute joke. I want to use cope scope so bad, but I'm not gonna do it. Fuck. The thing is, you would have leyline back in the day. You would absolutely have leyline. You'd have so many of them. I have no starting NP because of this shit. It's bullshit, I say. Okay, I'm not sure about this Hans at the start, but we'll see. Fucking Cairo lurking in here. Never misses a Baldy. I will use Baldy though when we get Hans's 3rd skill going, and we'll try to make that work sometimes. Did anyone see that? Romulus took a step forward in the intro. Like, it was so quick you could barely see it. But like, during that intro screen, Romulus just like jumped forward a little bit. Right before it switched over. My guess is, it's because his position that he's set to be in for the actual stage is like right here where I'm clicking. Like right here. God damn it, stop. Here? Fuck, there's always something on the screen. Anyway, but in the intro he was set to be here, and it switches over to the other position before the screen. And that's something he probably fixed, you know, as the game went on. That's probably what that is. Like on this screen he's set to be in a certain location on the screen, and then the intro screen is set to be a little bit behind it. And then it actually switches those 2 locations before the camera switches. That would be my guess. But, who knows? Oh my god, I really should level my skills. You gotta be kidding me. Like, we do not need value misses right now. Maybe I should have done BAB for more damage, but... Okay, yeah, probably. But I wanted that NP gain. I probably should have done the Stheno Brave Chain, to be honest, but... I want my NP gain. Man, Romulus is just beating ass. He's not having any of this shit. Oh my god, I'm unironically doing this. It's DPS Hans time. So I need damage and I need MP gain on Hans. Come on, 40% crit. Damn it. I've been betrayed. Stop. Stop. Stop! Oh my god. How is this still a 4-turn cooldown? I'm confused. How is this on a 4-turn cooldown right now? I know I haven't leveled it yet, but like what? God. Okay, what are we doing here? We're Hans in peeing. This probably won't kill though. I can kill here, but why is Stheno so fucked up? Like, why is Stheno so fucked up right now? Bad start, man. Bad start. Okay, got some buffs. That's good. Also, non-upgraded Hans in P, by the way. I'm gonna hit Ku because of the heal. I'm gonna spread it out. There we go. Fuck, he's got the big defense buff. Surely they're gonna kill anyway. Yeah, we got it. Okay. Decent start. Obviously the RNG wasn't great, but I mean like what we're going into the boss with is like decent. I wish Stheno had her skill there, but... Land the charm, please. Good. That's a big help. He can't do the stupid stun if he is himself stunned. 32k. Oh boy. Chat, I'm having a concern. Just a little bit. I'm so glad Hans got a good animation update. Look at that stylish book. Fuck you! That's literally the turn PFA comes back! Bro! My cooldown though! God! Oh, okay. Sure, game. This guy. I don't want to be friends. Why did I not cast Protoku's first skill? Really should have done that. Get the debuff resistance. No, no. At least it wasn't Ku again, but that's still bad. Cause look, I could. He knows. It's the turn his skill comes back, and we could really use the heal right now. Oh my god. I have the Atlas Mystic code, but it wasn't released back when Orleans came out, so... I'm not using it! Oh my god. Oh my god, Hector is really... being Hector. I don't know how else to put it. The legend is real. No, 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 no. Oh my god! I would like to cast this skill game. We need health. Oh my god. Alright, hold on. Just Please land. Of course not. Okay, well, I'm literally NPing on Stheno to hopefully charm him so I can actually use Hans's NP for fuck's sakes. Although he's been drained, I'm not sure he'll get his NP now because he's been drained so many fucking times because, you know, Hector lowers your goddamn battery because his thing is at rank 1. I'm not sure it gives enough at rank 1. It would have if we didn't get fucking stunned twice. I'm a cow, by the way. Fuck. So, I think I evade Hans, which is crazy, but I think that's right. Because then if Ushi gets smacked here in a second, I can actually heal her and gives buffs when we go to NP. This is not looking good. I'm not gonna lie though, this is not looking good right now. Hanako cow? Hanaka cow? I don't even say that. Okay, our first skill actually helped us guard the defense down. That's something. Okay. Alright, just crit or something. I don't know what to say. We need some help here. Okay, I got the attack buff. No bullshit crit, it's unfortunate. Dude, he's so tanky. He's so tanky. This is a real boss. This is bullshit. Although only because I'm handicapping the daylights out of myself. But it is mimicking what you could have potentially have had to run into back in the day. Go for the NP gain, I guess. I actually wish she had attacked Ushi again. Oh, no, there we go. I was about to say, if I get hit again, I get my NP. So Protoku has got to get his NP before dying. But because I used that evade earlier, we can't survive another NP. Was the original Nero Fest before Orleans? I think it was. Because it would have been pretty likely for someone that cared about like Protoku back in the day to have gotten this skill up. Oh wait, we'll be back in time. I was gonna say, you could have potentially leveled it to 6, had the shorter cooldown, and then if we didn't get stunned on the turn that it came back, that'd be another turn off the cooldown, and so you could have had it ready in time, but it looks like we get it ready in time anyway. As long as we don't get stunned. I wish this skill was back, because then I have the debuff resistance to help not get stunned. Our team's comp, though, is way better than the previous one, like, absolutely. Oh, well, that's not good, because now Ushi's not there to soak the NP. Oh. Oh, God, at least it wasn't Ku. Oh, that so sucks, though, that Ushi got deleted like that. Oh my god, we might lose to Ku. I think we might run out of gas against Ku. Do I get rid of his PFA now because I have a Brave Chain? Got 42k. Tough call. This is tough. This is really tough. I get my NP no matter what, I think, from being attacked. I could actually kill Hector right now if we got lucky with crits, and then I could use DNP on Ku. So I'll go for that. It's not likely, but we have attack up, crit up, 40, 40, 40. Not enough, damn. Probably should have gone for Ku then. I kind of think I need to try to save my NP. I'm just not sure Proto Ku can live long enough to still NP the enemy Ku there. Kinda depends on what we see on this hand. Alright, this is whiffing a lot of damage, but I'm gonna NP Hector because it lets me target switch and then get rid of PFA. I think that's totally worth it. It sucks that it worked out this way, but I think it's worth. If only he had sure hit, I know, right? Fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh my god! I want to get rid of PFA, guys! Look at my Brave Chain! Oh my god! Oh my god! I should have done Buster NP, because I would at least taken 2 hits off. Oh my god. It starts. Ku solo, shut up, chat. It's not happening. You got 3 actions per turn though, so I'm actually a little worried. No, just Buster all the time. No, it's fine. What? Okay, well, Drake's gonna die any second, so I'm gonna use this for the attack buff. Not like this. Not like this game. I swear to fucking God. See, if Cairo was being the DJ right now, he would play that music I use for Ku a lot in my videos. I know he would do that. Like 100%. He's just so what he's doing right now. Dude, he might lose. He's about to get his NP again. Oh my god. I think I have to heal Regend because Regend will die and then Ku will get NP'd and we lose. So I have to heal him so I have like an extra body, essentially. This is gonna be really close. Fuck! Stop! Stop! Thank God he didn't cast PFA again. Dude, he can do that. He could have cast PFA. We would have lost. If he cast PFA again, we would have just lost. Because one of them is dead this turn no matter what, and then the other one would probably die to the normal attacks. Oh, we got lucky with the hand too. Oh my god. Dude, that was way too close. That was an actual boss fight, dude. What the fuck? Good god. Ku throwing indeed. You forgot to PFA at the end there. Jesus Christ, dude. That was way more tense than anything in Oceanus has any business being, by the way. The Demon God might give us some trouble too, actually. Fucking Hans, dude, he had such a bad time. He had such a bad time there. Wait, is this the Demon Pillar? Is this the end? Is Hector the second to last boss? Damn. Yeah, I think this is the Demon Pillar. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do because I'm an absolute coward. I'm not confident that Kodro is enough. Actually, I know for a fact Kodro is not enough. Okay, wait. No. We won't level 100 face yet. She didn't even exist back then, and we do have Ushi, so we'll wait a moment here. Then being brave, chat. Relax. Okay, I don't remember this boss super well. I know it's AoE, I think, and it has debuffs because like demon pillars. It hits pretty hard for its level range. Okay, recommended level 40, right? So they're in their minds, the fair time to fight it is at level 40. So let's see how that goes. Right, Medea Lily's here too. I forgot about that. We'll wait to ascend Kodro until after we beat Orleans, I think. Okay. It's risky to put assassins in the front because of Medea Lily, but I don't think she. I think she only gets one action per turn. I think, and she heals a lot, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Musashi's thing does not improve her NP damage. It's good for like NPing, then you use it to get your NP back to do it again, right? That's the shtick. What goes where? Okay, we're gonna stick with the no cope scope. That really hurts Stheno, but tough shit, I guess. Who's the most likely to die first? Definitely Kojiro. He's got 4,000 life? 1 stars, by the way. I really should have sent him, but fuck it. Oh my god, dude. 4,000 life. Yeah, that's gonna go great here. Oh boy. Yeah, it's not the same as the other Musashi's thing. I think it's... I don't remember if it improves damage or not, but it only improves like the hit count on the art cards. I don't remember if it does damage or not. I haven't used her. It's funny, I actually got her on an A, but I haven't used her yet. And it's been so long since she was added on JP, I haven't really looked at her in a while. That's a lot of health! God damn it, game. Okay. Stheno DPS. This is gonna hurt indeed. By the way, they're level 55. I feel like I'm being lied to. That's not good. That's not good. Hans did not get his NP, by the way. Fantastic. Guess I heal like this. Okay, well here's our NP gain turn. Come on, give me a crit. Good enough. Okay, big boy, I need you to attack here so Hans gets his NP. Fucking! For those listening at home, Hans did not get his NP. He is at 96%. Thank you for tuning in to Green Radio. We'll be back next week where I'll fucking murder everyone on this goddamn boat. So you could have used Hans's art card. I mean, I didn't think he needed it, Cairo. I really didn't. Trying to keep Kojiro alive here. I guess I do that. I guess. Trying to get a triple slice. Trying to turn this into a demon pillar ham. I'm not reading that, Cairo. You're breaking up. Do I attack up Kojiro? I don't think so. You would rather give it to Ushi. What if Ushi doesn't get her NP? Well, then fuck this game. That's what. 80%. Wait. It's not 80%. It's 60%. He's NP 1. I think I Kojiro NP first to make the heal bigger. We don't have a big enough health bar though for that to matter. So we might as well gamble. Although Kojiro's NP3 actually, so it wouldn't have been that bad. They've given him the attack up. Holy shorts! That Jack should be wearing, because who would actually design it the way that they designed it, by the way? I'm just saying. Well, sure, yeah, it's fine. Fat lot of good that did. Oh yeah, just in time for the NP. Great. Let's see here. Do I evade Stheno? She doesn't do a lot in this context at all. Like, it's just not a great time for her. So I'm thinking no. But I actually yes, because I just don't... Wait, where are we in the team? So Drake is in the back, right. So actually I do think I evade, just because Drake showing up right now would be terrible. Yeah, the more I can delay that, the better. Man, I got super Stheno DPS, but I need NP gain on Ushi. But look at the... Well... This is tough. This is tough. Ushi's only got the one art card. I can do art card, first card bonus, right? Big deal. Stheno DPS time. It is the Stheno account, but if she doesn't crit, it's not worth it. But if she crits, it is worth it, I think. You know what? We're committing. This is probably not a good idea, but we're committing. What could possibly go wrong here? Good start, good start. Not the best follow-up. Did not stick the landing. Okay. I'm not sure if that was worth it or not. If we'd crit twice, it absolutely would have been worth it. But I don't know. That's a hard call. NP down. I just got crit by Medea Lily. $76K. Brave Chain versus counter class potential crit. Both level 40. Extra attack is nice, but if we get that buster crit, it'd be really good. Nope. This is not good, because now Ushi is definitely not getting her NP because of the decisions we have made, and we are going to die soon. No crit chance. We're just tickling it. Oh, this is bad. They're all gonna die at the same time, which is really bad. Drake can solo, what's her face, but I don't think she can solo it with Big Boy being there as well. Oh god. If she gets her NP next turn and she doesn't get wrecked here, we might be able to win. Dude, Ushi did nothing here. Feels bad. No! Why are you attacking? You're a midget! Oh, this is close. Can I art? Fuck it, we gotta go for value anyway. I don't think she even is a child. I think she's like a teenager. I'm not really, I don't know how old Nadea Lily is, but I don't think she's a straight up child, but she's not that old. She's 14, technically a teenager, so stop with the. At least her damage is really low. Oh god. Thank you, heal. This is this is the final fight of Oceanus right here. Drake versus Medea Lily. Art, it got the crit, so we'll just stick with it. And we got the NP gain up. Dude, these last two boss battles were actually like content. What is that? Imagine if you could make it like this when you're not holding yourself back, because, you know, balancing your game to how the current players, you know, level up and everything in the support list. Really, they should just cut the support list. That would make people have to actually play the game. Oh, is that the update for Gilfest in an hour? Okay, as long as she doesn't like double bust or crit us, I think we got it. Could you, Drake? There you go. Get some crits here. We could have killed that turn actually. Not likely though. Okay, that was really close. Like, I'm literally having to min-max my teams with these restrictions, right? Like, we barely won that, and there's not much better I could have brought, really. No, Drake's NP's not upgraded here. She's just a 5-star and level 48. And yeah, NP 3, there's that too. Oh my god. I actually enjoyed those last two fights. A little stressful with some of the bullshit that happened there, but we deal with it. Why is Parvati so much better than Valkyrie? It's not fair. It is indeed not fair. Valkyrie's okay for farming, but you know, whoop-de-doo. Like pound for pound, when you like, you go to like a piece of paper or notepad. Piece of paper. What is it, 1995? Anyway, you open up Notepad or whatever, and if like on one half you just list out the effects that Parvati has, like attack up, quick up, defense up, you know, all that stuff, and then you list out all the effects that Valkyrie has, it's like Parvati's are just so much better. And then you look at their cooldowns, and Parvati's cooldowns are all shorter. It's like, what is happening here? I still take paper notes for games. That's actually kind of useful. There are times in video games it's useful to remember like bits of information and things like that. Depends on the game though. 1 SQ. Oh man, that's the good shit. And this one gives you 10. We're already at oh look at that. Look at that, chat. Like, oh, you get the coins. Why don't we get this retroactively? Why doesn't fuck? That's so stupid! Like, this account's gonna get David's passives before my main account does. Fucking dog shit. Like, I wanna wait to, I will roll story on this account plenty, but I kinda wanna wait because summer's coming up, and although I don't normally care about summer events very much, you never know, they might add something cool. And then I also wanna save up for Asclepius. But we will roll some story. But because, wait, when is summer? They said September. We got a while. Let's do one. We'll do one. Because I need to get this account some basic bitch stuff anyway. Like, we need some craft essences and whatnot. So doing one summon at the end of the story is not so bad. I swear, not even Enkidu's. None of that, chat. Although I do like Enkidu a lot, but it's also really good for fluffies. It's not gambling if you don't spend money, because if it's free roll, like casinos don't give you free rolls though. Now if you spend money, then it's gambling, but if you're not spending money, then it's just RNG unlocks in a video game, essentially. How long ago was Sei added? I'm not sure she's on the table for getting a summer unit yet. Hard to say. Come on, game. Wait, no, we can get the Sakura CE. I was gonna say we can't, but actually we can, so that would be good. Protoku? I do like Roma, but we're not gonna be leveling him on this account anytime soon, anyway. 18 months? Yeah, I doubt it. Okay, we can stop getting box lunches, thank you. I'm not going to school, ma'am. Okay, CE for the early game, but it's not that great. Basically mana prisms at this point. Assassin, eh? I was so hoping. God damn it, man. I was so hoping it was gonna be Stheno. That'd have been so amazing, dude. We get the extra NP and all that. God damn it, man. I think it makes the defense up bigger, too. Or the defense down. Defense down bigger. It was a snake. Not the right one. You know what's sad? Xiom at NP1 is so much weaker than 100 face at NP5. And you always get 100 face at NP5. So, like, from a practicality standpoint, there's no reason in leveling her right now. Like, there just isn't. Like, easily, NP1 Xiom is not even close to an NP5 100 face. Like, not even close. She's good, though. I mean, she's absolutely usable. If you wanted to make her your assassin, you could still do it. It's just 100 face is just busted. She does have some nice utility, though. Well, that was close to greatness. Didn't quite work out. And I don't think we got any 3 stars, like, upper NP rank of anyone we used, so that's unfortunate. Not the best roll, really. Not the worst either, though, I suppose. Alright. Let's do an account review here. We still haven't picked our free 5-star. I'm kind of waiting until I'm hoping I get, like, spooked by Tesla or something, right? And then you get NP2 Tesla for Zeus. Just for the cool factor. Alright, we just did Fishy, I think. Let's do... I think they're in chat. Oh, they were earlier, I think. Akho? A-K-H-O? Akho? Alright, let's see what we got here. For a quick moment there, I did not know what I was looking at. Dogs are great though, so good doggo. Feels good, man. I was really confused for a moment there though. I love the face though. He's like unsure why his picture is being taken. Started playing in December. Oh god, it's on a flex account. Why are they all flex accounts? Started playing December 2018. This account was originally a Merlin reroll account, and just so it happened to be my first and last. I'm up to Lost Belt 3 so far. I haven't gotten around to finishing it and moving on. I've only done 1 GSSR, so pretty much free to play. And I've been playing on and off, so I don't have a lot of event CEs and whatnot. I plan to play more consistently, so I'd like advice on what to fix so I'm not scuffed on upcoming content. So I'm assuming this is NA, but let me check. But good doggo. It is NA, so you've got Lost Belt 5 coming up, and then Gilfest, which is like tomorrow. So good luck with that one. Good thing is Gilfest will give you a lot of stuff, right? Lots of skill gems and all that kind of thing. So when you want to unscuff an account, lotteries are the time. All right, Summer Mev is NP2, Sitting Master's NP2, Wrestler NP1. Okay, well, Sitting Master is incredible. Let's see, it's got something about that. I like Art's DPS. Wait, I leveled Mev because I like Art DPS and she was my only single target Art Saber when I had gotten her. I'm not sure if MP2 Yagi was worth leveling over MP5 Hokusai. Oh, Hokusai, that makes more sense now. Absolutely Sitting Master is worth leveling over Hokusai. Now, on NA, right now, I'd say Sitting Master is only a little bit better. He is better, definitely. He's also safer because he's easier to keep alive. But I would say Sitting Master at NP2 is better than Hokusai at NP5. Like, absolutely. But not by a whole bunch. However, he's getting buffed. I think NA's got about a year before he gets it. So as a long-term investment, Sitting Master is way better. In the short term, you might want to worry about other things first. But honestly, if you like art DPS, 10-10-10 Sitting Master at NP2 is awesome. It's super fun. It's super effective. Because you're on an art team, he applies that attack down over and over and over and over. It's crazy. So if you like art teams, I definitely recommend Sitting Master. If you think Valkyrie got the same NP buff and affects his Aussie minus the Sunfield, she'd be good as Pravati. I don't know about as good as Pravati, but she'd be way better. Like, she'd be way better, because she can crit really easily, so... anyway, so... hold on, let me look ahead here, like, at your casters. That's always important. So you have Merlin, so that's worth keeping track of. And you have Tam, and you have Caster Gill. So if you like art stuff, there's your two. Tam and Caster Gill, big help. Get summon a friend's Waver. That's a good team. You can use the Switch Mystico, things like that. Really good team right there. And you can save up for Caster Artori in the future if you care to. So you've got good art support and Buster support. No quick support, but welcome to the game. Nice Miyu, by the way. Good luck with that one. Keck. Anyway, so DPS caster, you've got Helena at NP3, NP1, Cersei, and you have Plot Monk. Plot Monk at NP1 is way better than Cersei at NP1. Absolutely. Cersei's fine, and having both is really good. But if you have issues, like I don't know if you beat Assassin Lee yet in Lost Belt 3, but Plot Monk would be very good for fighting Lee. You can always summon a friend to carry you though, but you know it's hard to tell if people like doing that or not. But if you need help with Assassin Lee, Plot Monk is the one to go there. Skill ranks are scuffed as fuck, but we'll get back to that in a minute. I'll kind of look at skill rank priority once we're through it all. So for Sabers though, I don't think anything is an immediate priority. We'll see depending on the other classes, but this is strong enough to get the job done. There's no really hard Lancer bosses coming up on NA off memory. There is the Romulus challenge quest in Guildfest, but I think what you have here is strong enough. But I think Musashi, Artoria, and is probably enough. Mev's not particularly good there, but she's kind of okay. But you got oh no, Nero's bad there because she's Roman. Weird gimmick there, but yeah, I think it might be Romulus might be a little tough, but you got Merlin. I mean, you got Merlin, like you'll be fine. So yeah, Romulus is not a problem. Achilles though. All right, so archers, you got an Emiya. What is he? What's his MP rank? Chloe's MP5. Santa, Attila's MP5. Everything else is MP1. That really sucks for Emiya. If he was MP2, that'd be better. You're definitely gonna want to get a Rosh up. Everyone wants to get a Rosh up, unless you've got like so much good AoE farming, but you don't. So you're gonna want to have a Rosh up. You have to have a pretty strong account to not want a Rosh, honestly, at least for farming. So Chloe and Robin kind of got the job done for your single target, and you like art stuff, and you've got Tam and Caster Gill, so that's really good. And then in an emergency, if like art is bad, you can use Emiya. You got Emiya for farming. So all you really need is a Rosh for farming. That's it. Your skill ranks are pretty good for like where you're at. You might want to work on them, but where that priority is will depend. Why is David not leveled? I can't really explain the David. Sorry. See, he even knows. He knows there's no good explanation for this. Why would you level Nobu and Robin and all this other shit? And you got David at level 1. David at level 1, right? At least unlock the second skill. God damn. What did this account do? Well, I mean, I guess you got Merlin, but still, like, Jesus Christ. You had Sitting Master and all those boss fights. And you had a Buki. A Buki coming down a lot. Not for a while. NA's got quite some time. But my God, if you fought a Buki on this account right now, you would get destroyed. Unless you've got really good CEs to carry Chloe, I guess. But I don't know. It's hard to get destroyed when you have Merlin. It really is hard to get destroyed when you have Merlin. He's that fucking good. But yeah, get David up. That's actually pretty high priority, unironically. But for the lottery event coming up tomorrow, get a Rosh up. You're going to want that for sure. Lancers, Grail Brunhilde, that's cool. So Valkyrie's NP2, not even leveled. She's probably worth leveling though. Okay, so... It sucks that I didn't see this account earlier, because this account was sent in a while ago. I really wish I had seen this account earlier, because there's a lot of little things you could do that could help for Guildfest. And again, Guildfest is tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. It's really soon. if it's not tomorrow, it's in like a week or whatever, right? It's very soon. Your best Lancer here for the Taiga challenge quest, it's in a week. Okay, so here's a week. That's at least something. That's at least something, but it's still a while. It's still a while. Anyway, Valkyrie is like a really good DPS option for the Taiga challenge quest, and you've got Valkyrie in P2. So if you can get your Valkyrie up, that'll really help for that challenge quest. And she's good for farming too, so it's not like a waste in the long run. So you don't have Parvati, it's a good pick, I think. You've got, though, Brunhilde, which is really good. Awesome with your Merlin. Super good with your Merlin. You could use your Merlin and your Brunhilde and try to go single target for that challenge quest. You could do that. It's not the easiest way to go about it, but it is a thing. You've got... what's her name? Artoria, Alter, Lancer, Alter, you know, what the fuck? There's so many Artorias now, man. Black Lion with a spear, right? That's the one. Anyway, you are a little weak on Lancers, though. You don't have a lot of survivability because Brunhilde has no hard survival. Lancer, Artoria, Alter has no hard survival. Taiga is shit. And Valkyrie's not leveled and doesn't have that much survivability. So, big surprise, I'm going to recommend leveling Ku at some point. But you can wait on it. You don't have to do it, like, right now. But you just don't have a lot of hard survival. Like, you just don't. So, but... You've got good Lancers, and because of Merlin, I think you could get... You don't really need Ku anytime soon, right? Like, Merlin is so good, and that gives you survival, right? So it's not so bad. Valkyrie's the only one here that I'd be like, yeah, you might want to level this. And if you like doing art stuff, like you said, Lee would be really good. Lee is a good unit. I see a lot of people act like he's bad. I don't think he's bad at all. I think he's great. So he's in P2 if I'm reading that right. But yeah, you don't really need Ku right now. Like, obviously it'd be good if you can level it painlessly, but if it's a problem to level him, I wouldn't worry about it too much unless you're a Ku fan, but I expect you're not because you haven't leveled him. So it's not that big of a deal. Like, Brunhilde's good. Brunhilde with Merlin, like, that's an awesome combo. So Grailed Ushi, but 666. Big tisk there. Grailed Medusa, that's super rare. Very good for farming. Oh my god, Grailed Medusa is so good for farming, so that's going to help you out. Thankfully, she doesn't really need her skill ranks to be upgraded too much, so it's not bad. That's okay in the meantime. That's about all you got, though, for riders. All your other riders are scuffed as fuck. So you've got Demeter to worry about in like 8 months or something. Somewhere in there. Right now, Ushi is amazing for Demeter, but at 666, her alone is probably not enough. You're probably going to want one more rider for Demeter to be safe. Level your George, though. What the fuck? Why would you not want... Like, taunt wall. Taunt wall, good. Level your George for fuck's sakes. That's very high priority. Good. Even on a whale, that's good. That's high priority. Everything in P1, weakest class, in my opinion, Ushi and Medusa can only help so much. Mev is for emergency rare prisms unless you say otherwise. Mev is really good if you like her, but she's not like necessary. I mean, like Ushi's gonna get buffed in the future. So your rider slot is totally salvageable. You don't need Mev if you don't like her. If you're thinking about burning her because you're not a fan, I would just burn her. Ushi's fine, and you have other okay riders as well. Like honestly, Trap Face is good for farming. What I would do though, if you like Mev, by all means level her. But if you don't like her, I wouldn't worry about it at all. Like rare prisms are good, so. But I would probably level Alex because you need some like budget quick support anyway, because you don't really have any. And then his utility buff removal is really good. And I think you could beat Demeter with Alex, Grailed Medusa, and Grailed Ushi. I think that would work. Especially because you've got other strong supports. All you need, I think, is Alex, really. Like, Ushi and Medusa go pretty far on their own. If you wanted more muscle, though, so for farming, Trap Face is totally fine, Astolfo. He's totally fine for farming. He's quite good at it, actually. And if you needed more single target, just wait for Ricky. I mean, Ricky gets added really soon. I just get Ricky. But if you like Mev, but you could level her. She's totally fine. She's a really good rider, like absolutely. But I wouldn't stress it. It's not like, oh my god, my account's doomed if I don't level Mev, right? Like you're fine. Like Grailed Ushi can do plenty. Like she'll absolutely work against Demeter. And again, you've got such good supports. It's not a big deal. Okay, so getting Merlin's invulnerability skill up, I think would be really good. I'd put that as a pretty high priority. unless you don't like using Merlin. But if you're okay with using Merlin all the time, and it's because your account has weak survival, and so having good uptime on Merlin's invulnerability, so it comes back faster, I think would be really important on this account. And you know what would be really good with that Merlin invulnerability is, if, I don't know, you could maybe put an evade underneath it that lingers and got a free turn off its cooldown. And imagine if you leveled that skill up so its cooldown was shorter. So like the Merlin thing gives you a turn off the cooldown, and then it's inherently got 2 turns off its cooldown for being ranked up. That's 3 turns off your cooldown. That'd be really good. If there was a unit that did that everybody got, right? But unfortunately, I don't think there is one. If there is, they're probably story locked or something. It's not like the game gives you them for beating the story or anything, right? That'd just be too generous, and sadly, DW is not generous like that. Whoo boy, though, your skill ranks are so scuffed. I have no caster gems. Well, yeah, thankfully you've got the event coming up, so you're gonna need those. Let me think. You don't need Hans too much. Hans is really good even when you have Merlin, because Hans and Merlin together is great, and then you're free to summon any support you want, right? You could summon a DPS if you need to, so it's a good option. However, I think most of the time you've got good enough DPS that you could summon Waver or whatever you need from your friend, so you don't really need Hans. If you did your Merlin friend's Waver, that's about all you need, right? And you also have Tam. If you can get away with it, leveling Hans is fine though, because it is nice sometimes to summon that best DPS. It's got the perfect niche for the boss, and then use your Merlin and your Hans, and that's good enough support, right? But I wouldn't put it as super high priority, just because I think you have other things to worry about skill rank wise. I really would level Plot Monk though. There's just plenty of annoying assassin fights throughout FGO coming down the pipeline. Plot Monk is awesome, and she also has anti debuff, and there's plenty of that stuff. You do not have Asclepius, and you don't have Martha. You have absolutely no anti-debuff. That's really bad. Shit. Honestly, I really do recommend trying to get... Are there class banners right now? If there's class banners going on right now, if you listen to this account review, I'm serious. I know everyone loves their waifus, but if... This is absolutely my advice. You're looking for my opinion, this is my advice. If you hear this account review, and you can do a caster... a rate up, which I think is coming on NA. So if you hear this in time to get the caster class rate up, I would roll it. I'm not kidding. Even no matter what your priorities are, I would get Asclepius, right? It's really helpful, right? Like if you fought like Fluffy right now, you're in so much pain, right? And there's just so many challenge quests and whatnot that revolve around debuffs. As far as, unless I'm forgetting something, you just have no anti-debuff other than Medea, but you haven't unlocked your 3rd skill, so you don't even have that. Like, your anti-debuff is, I love the dog. Anyway, your anti-debuff is absolutely atrocious. You really, this is the exact kind of account that desperately needs Asclepius. Like, if you don't want to use a lot of SQ, just go for NP1. But it's not hard to get Asclepius in the caster rate up. It's not too bad. I would absolutely do it. So keep an eye out for the caster day, for the class banners, and for the love of God, get at least MP1 Asclepius, and that pretty high priority for leveling up. But yeah, get Merlin skills up, get Plot Monk skills up, and then get Asclepius. And you don't need too much other than that. Probably worth leveling Qingong though. He's just too good. I mean, Qingong is just too good, and he works with Merlin really well. And if you ever have the extra gems, it's definitely worth leveling Hans. That's about all you need to worry about. If you don't have Fuma, then level up Clown. But I expect you're going to have Fuma, but we'll see. Because buff block is good. It's actually good in Lost Belt 3, and you're in Lost Belt 3. So, what do we got here? So, you don't have Fuma. Okay, but you got you, though. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy, so I'm guessing you just like Serenity, which fair enough. Everything is MP1. I was going to raise 100 Face and Max Grailer for a while back, but I stopped playing, and now we're here at the worst possible investment level. She's still worth it. It doesn't, even though it's late to the party, if you like 100 Face enough that you wanted to Grailer, you should level her right now. Forget Serenity, right? Serenity's temporary, 100 Face is eternal, right? Because she actually lives, you see, because Serenity's temporary because she just dies, because she doesn't have any survivability. And 100 Face actually survives. So even though you've already got Kurotsugu and Serenity leveled and they have good synergy together, 100 Face is so much better than Serenity. Just throw her away. You can just throw Serenity away. It doesn't matter. Just forget it. Just put it in the closet. Just use 100 Face instead. It's fine. Now obviously if you like Serenity, use Serenity. But here's the thing. If you like Serenity, you can use all 3 of them together. They're all art. and they all work well together. I mean, 100 Face works way better with Kurotsugu though. Like it's not comparable, right? Let's look at this. Let's say you got a support, maybe it's Waver, Hans, Merlin, whatever your support is, and then you've got Kurotsugu and 100 Face. Okay, 100 Face NPs, fucks up the boss, and but what you do on that turn, because 100 Face is NPing, is you use 100 Face's evade. Maybe she gets the art up, 80% Keck. But so you do the evade, so she's invulnerable essentially. And then so on that same turn, you do Kurotsugu's taunt, and now the boss is gonna attack only 100 Face, so you get maximum value out of the evade. And 100 Face refunds herself a lot because that's how she works, and that her NP gain skill also works on the boss attacking her. So now she gets a bunch of NP gain back, and the team is protected because of the taunt. And if the boss is NPing, you'll stop the NP as well. If you do that with Serenity, Serenity just gets crushed, right? If the boss is NPing, Serenity is now dead, and Serenity doesn't have the NP gain to work with it. And if the boss just hits really hard because she doesn't have the evade again, she's dead, right? The synergy with 100 Face is way better. And then 100 Face does the art resist down, which makes Kurotsugu's NP hit harder, and it makes Kurotsugu get more refund back, right? It's so much better. There's no world. Serenity does not keep up with 100 Face at all, and the synergy with Kurotsugu is awesome. You heard him, carry, kill Serenity for Master's sake? Yeah, exactly. Just, bang, bang. Alright, so Yu is not really good on an A, but when she gets her buff, she's actually quite good. I'm telling you, Yu's buff massively boosts her performance. It's a big deal. And she's okay for farming, and you got Merlin and stuff, so it can be okay. I would level either Fuma or Clown Boy. Meph. Either one. Whichever one you want to level, Fuma or Clown Boy. You need something with buff block, and the utility and all that from Fuma is good. It's good for Zeus, which is coming down in Lost Belt 5. You have other options, though. You don't really need Fuma for Zeus. You got other good options, but it's still a thing. I don't think I would level any assassins other than that, really. I don't... Do you have a lot of Divinity? If you actually have a fuckload of Divinity, Stheno is no joke at all, but I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that much Divinity, so I wouldn't really worry about Stheno. Yeah, just 100 Face and you. Just 100 Face and you. You don't really need skill ranks in Kurotsugu that much, or Serenity. So if you're gonna focus on skill ranks, I would focus on the skill ranks on 100 Face, and maybe even you, because she gets better down the road, but she was in P1, so I don't know. Maybe Kurotsugu and 100 Face for your skill ranks there. Okay, Jerker's really good for this account, and she's Grail. That fills in your gaps really well. Yeah, you absolutely can beat Teamature then. Like, you can absolutely beat Teamature then. Zerkalot MP2, Jolter Zerker, that's so much more work than just Jerker, but you know, anyway, MP5, everything else MP1, no Berserker Gems, kind of want to max Grail Herc because MP1 kind of sucks. He's still good. I mean, he's still good. What makes him, like, I use MP1 Herc all the time on my Herc account, for God's sakes, and he beats shit. Like, we beat the entire game. Herc was so good at MP1 on the Herc account that we didn't use him for a lot of content because it was too easy. He beat Zeus's ass, he could beat Lee's ass, right? He just beat everything, right? So even at MP1, he's worth it. You just gotta get him Bond 10, so throw him in the back row all the time, get his second skill up, there you go. Focus on the second skill, get Bond 10, he's totally fine at MP1. Obviously better at MP2, so keep an eye on it. But if you like Herc, don't worry about being on MP1, it's fine. If you really want to boost his performance, just Grail him to 90. There's only 2 Grails. If you like Herc enough, that's not bad. I would level Penth on this account because Penth is super good. She has anti-debuff, and good, dear God, you need it. And her synergy with Jerker is really, really good. Like, Penth, her synergy with Jerker is incredible, and Penth is good in her own right. And you have Merlin. So she gets her NP, like, immediately. Merlin can make her safer. She hits hard. She makes someone else hit hard. You could use, like, Merlin, Musashi, Penth. That's a great team if you're fighting a Lancer or whatever. That's awesome, right? Penth. Seriously, Penth is so good on this account because you have Merlin. So good. And you have and you have Brunhilde, right? You have a lot of Buster DPS. So seriously, Merlin, Penth, other DPS. It's a really good team setup. But Jerker's really good too, and she's already Grailed. And I would focus on her skill ranks because they're really easy to level up ultimately. So Penth and Jerker are the 2 I'd work on, and then just work on Herc on the side, and just focus on his second skill. You don't need to level any other Berserkers really. You could level Spartacus just for farming, but if you're low on Berserker Gems, I wouldn't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, Penth. Penth is super good. If farming is a problem, though, you could do Spartacus. But, alright, so Max, you at least got 10-10-10 mash. That makes me, you know, not want to scream as much. That really helps. You know, Mash and Merlin is awesome. Like, seriously, that synergy with 10-10-10 on Mash is super good. So you did that right. That was a really good call. Still level your, what's his name? I think he's a shepherd. David. Yeah, you might want to level David. I don't know what's giving me that idea, though. A little bit of synergy there. Let's see. So you have MHXX, and she's NP2. That's your DPS for Fluffy. I'm telling you, if you don't mind using MHX, that you got 2 years. But it's hard to, in 2 years, you're probably not going to get a better DPS than that. That MHXX right there, that is your DPS for Fluffy. You use that in your Merlin and the story support caster Toria. Most accounts right now that I've looked at are going to get destroyed by Fluffy. They're not ready at all. They are not prepared, right? The Fluffinator is going to fluff all over them. But you're actually ready for Fluffy. So that's something. At least. Well, you might need Asclepius, but like I said earlier, roll for Asclepius. Fluffy versus Space Cop. Yeah, but MHXX is super good for Fluffy. And if you like her, you could give her 2 Grails to get her to 90, and that's super good performance. And MHXX has so many niches. She's good in so much content. I think she's one of the best foreigners in the game, actually. I think she's super good. At least for challenge quest content and that kind of thing. Not exactly good for farming, but what are you going to do? So you got BB, it's a utility support, kind of an awkward one, but she can be really useful. You got the other BB. Not bad for this account. It doesn't have like the best stuff to work with her, but it's not bad. You can get some okay stuff. Wouldn't really prioritize some of BB skill ranks right now, though. You got bigger fish to fry. Definitely worth getting that MHXX to 10 to 10 though at some point. I'd get that done within 2 years for Fluffy. Martha's pretty good too. Martha gives you some niches, gives you some coverage, gives you anti-debuff, because again you have really shitty anti-debuff. But you probably don't need to worry about her skill ranks anytime soon, and she's already 80, so your extra classes look good. Okay, so your CEs are all over the place like you said. So you've got Painting Summer, that's good. You like art stuff, that's the one to get. You got 2030, that's good. That's also super good for art stuff. What do you got for like generic starting NP here? Not a whole lot. You got that Sakura quick one, but that one is terrible. It's not worth using at all. Unless, well, it's usable on supports just for the starting NP and the health. You got that Cleo one, which is crit damage. Not that great either, but it's at least something. Or is that the Carmella one? I guess the Carmella one. Yeah, the Carmella one is the starting NP crit damage one. I don't actually remember what the Cleopatra one is. You got Star Bomb there with the Martha one, that's good. You got Sure Hit with that Emia one, that's also good. Not a lot of the really good utility ones yet, though. Let me look at what else we got here. Okay, Kimlon. So it doesn't look like you got a Pearson Vulnerability CE, so keep an eye out for one of those, because you're going to want one for like a Buki and stuff. You can always buy the one from the Rare Prism shop, the Attila the Hun one. It's got starting NP and Pearson Vulnerability. And hell, you need the starting NP anyway. So hell, if it was me, I'd just burn Mev and buy that. But okay, you do have Origin Bullet, that's good. And you got that Miyu one. Even if that's not limit broken, I would still take it to level 20, and it's still good for your supports. Like absolutely, it's still good for your supports. Suzuka Gozen one's not really worth using if it's not leveled. That anti-berserker one, child of whatever the fuck, you know, purple-haired Fate Extra shit face. That one's really good. Anti-berserker damage is so good for a lot of fights. Put that on MHXX. Good to go for Fluffy right there. Oh, you have a K-Scope. That completely fixes your problems. It helps your farming. Oh, you Poster Girl. Oh my god, you Poster Girl. Go, level your VC Brawn then. That makes the VC Brawn so much better. Oh my god, VC Brawn is so good with Poster Girl. And get that third skill up. It's obviously very painful to do that, but it's very powerful. What else? Merlin's good with Poster Girl. Caster Deal's good with Poster Girl. Tam's good with Poster Girl. You have lots of stuff that's good with Poster Girl, so that's good. That makes up for most of your account's problems. You got the debuff one, you got the defense up against males. You even got that Medea Master one that's got the debuff resistance, so that's good. Yeah, your CEs look good then, for the most part. It's still not bad, though, to get that Attila Pearson Vulnerability one, just because the starting NP is good when you fight Ibuki and stuff. But if you're pushed on Rare Prisms, I wouldn't worry about it right now, because you do have other Pearson Vulnerability options. But yeah, that Poster Girl CE right there, the Medusa one, super good. Yeah, Abby is not the best foreigner. She's okay, but her damage is not really there, and her skills just aren't that good. And she's okay for Fluffy, but she's not good for Fluffy, because she just doesn't have the damage that you want for it. And easily, MHXX Space Cop is way better overall. There are a few fights, though, where the buff removal in Abigail is amazing, and she is still really tanky against Berserkers, and that is good. So it's not like she's useless, she's just not meta. She really is usable, though. 67, 24, 4. That's gonna be rough. I don't even know how it's possible to have 900 apples. It's actually really easy. Like, it happens naturally. Like, I don't know how people don't have 900 apples, to be honest, because if you play for, when you're farming, you play for drop to AP ratio and not turn to AP ratio, you can beat events really quickly. This is, I think, what gets people. Like, listen to me. If you really want advice on apples, this is what gets people. They use their apples for farming on the early days of events, for on farming nodes that are not efficient. So they're blowing 40 AP on stages that don't actually drop very good stuff. If you're going to use apples on an event, use them at the end, because then you have the best nodes available, and you'll have a better judge of how much like more mats you need, and you'll know if you have a CE drop yet or not. And so you use the bare minimum amount of apples, so you don't ever go overboard. I see so many people clear the event, and there's still like a week left on the event. That's obviously not, you know, efficient for your apples in the long run. And it's worth it. It's worth saving your apples, because when you have a lottery event, you have more apples to go ham on the lottery event, right? Or if you want to do story stuff, things like that. Like focus on AP to drop ratios is really important if you're not a whale, in my opinion. If you're a whale, then time is what's important. But for everyone else, I don't think it's worth like try-harding for 3 turns so much. If you can 3-turn and have it not affect your drop efficiency, then sure. But if you're always focusing on 3-turning and you're actually not min-maxing your event bonus, it can actually really fuck you up. Like, I'm telling you, I played a lot of accounts for a long time, and I've cleared event after event after event. I mean, look at my main account. There's basically no event I haven't cleared. And I get all the command codes, I get the lore, beat the challenge quest, clear the shop. I don't always buy the statues and shit, but who the fuck buys those from the shop anyway? And I've been playing that way forever, and like my philosophy works. I know for a fact it works, because I do it all the time. You know, it's got nothing to do with, you know, you're playing multiple accounts or anything like that. It's just, if you're efficient, you'll still clear the events. You know, so, sure, sometimes I have to use apples on events, but I pretty much always gain apples per event, pretty much. And not only that, I use apples for streaming. I literally use up apples just for content for my stream. So if I wasn't a streamer, I'd have even more apples. And again, I ain't missing out. I mean, my God, I have more 10-10-10 servants than the average player, easily. And I've got every command code. I've never missed a command code on my main account. I don't think I've ever missed a lore either, right? So, I mean, it works. It's just a matter of knowing what the hell you're doing. It's not, I don't wail for, so I've been accused of this, that I wail for like event CEs so my drops are better. But I don't have most of the event CEs because I skip almost every banner ever, right? Like, I absolutely do not do that. And it's same shit on my ult account. Like, I normally do not have any event CEs. But what I do is if there's an event where there's an event CE from the lottery, I'm sorry, from the gacha, that boosts your drops, I make sure I always summon, I take the time to pay attention to try to always summon a support that a support that has the CE for the boost drop. Because when you're trying to, you know, because it matters to me, because I like doing the story multiple times, fighting a boss over and over, and I like, you know, being able to use apples on my stream to fight Richard or something, right? Because so it matters to me. I don't really enjoy farming anyway, so I min-max like a motherfucker to preserve my AP and still get the farming done that I need to get done, right? So I put a lot of effort into being efficient with my AP when I'm not streaming or I'm not playing the main story, because but it works. It absolutely works. And I'm not the only person out there that does it, because Max, remember Max, the God tier Max account review? Max plays the game the exact same way I do, same philosophy, and that's why Max is actually the only person I'm aware of that has more apples than me. Like, Max is somehow toppled me. I didn't think I'd ever be toppled, but Max toppled me, and it's because Max plays the exact same way I do, and I don't think Max has missed, you know, command codes or CEs or event shops either. You know, it absolutely works. It's just, you know, it kind of, I think it's a perspective shift that a lot of people aren't used to. But hey, at least you have 67, right? So you have 67, and you'll get more from the Guild Fest, so you'll go up to like, I don't know, 89 or something. And hopefully you can get a decent amount of farming in, so. Don't lie, streamer. I know about your summer Kiaras, Himikos, and Space Ishtars. Don't you start with me, young man. Don't you fucking start with me. I'll take that level 1 Space Ishtar, both of them, and I'll fucking beat you with them. Fucking abuse, by the way. You're gonna have to call the police on me here. By the way, we at Green Incorporated do not condone assault. This is what you call it, a joke. And then Herdblurg is gonna act all attacked, right? Anyway, let's see, what time is it? Jesus Christ, why is it so late already? I gotta start streaming sooner. I gotta start streaming sooner. We barely did anything today, I feel like. I think we did, what, 3 account reviews? Can I sneak in one more? So we did Fishy, Akho. We did Hyperion, I think that's how you said it. Let's do... Oh, we got Marps. Marps is a regular here. So we'll do Marps and then we'll wrap up. Assault with a deadly Ishtar. I don't know about deadly. I mean, Space Ishtar at level 1 is, you know... I think Hans can handle it. Anyway, so the context is that I'm just looking for advice, not playing for like 2 years, and I guess I like using every kind of unit. I don't know why you put the in there, why not? Every kind of unit. I don't know what that means. I'm bad at the game, fair enough. Artoria NP4, Jesus. Mordred NP2, Lily NP5, Rama Dion NP2. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. So the context is that I'm just looking for advice after not play. Oh, okay. He hasn't played the game for 2 years. Okay, and he's bad at the game. So I don't know what he wants in terms of advice there. This picture quality is really good, by the way. Most of the picture quality we have is terrible, but this is like really high quality. Okay, so Akita is super god tier single target. Like she's super good. But she's NP1, it looks like. But she's great. I would focus on her skill ranks then. Get her up. That's great. Your farming is really good with Artoria and Mordred. I think Mordred is better than Artoria, even though Artoria is a higher skill rank. I just think Mordred's just better. I mean, it's debuff removal and everything. It's really good. It depends though. And for farming, Artoria can be better, but they're both so good at farming it doesn't really matter. But leveling the both is good. Mordred Artoria really covers your AoE options. You won't really need anything else. You might want to level Nero though, just because Nero is really good, and she's also good for farming, and then she has really survivability and all that. But with Okita, it's not that big of a deal. Like Okita can carry the shit out of you. You also got Musashi as backup, so that's super good. If you ever have team cost issues, you could level Bedivere, I guess, but I think you'll be fine. Oh, and you've got Caesar leveled, so you're totally fine on sabers. But I would level Mordred over Artoria, at least for challenge quest and main story content. Not necessarily for farming though. If you care about farming, then I would actually say Artoria, definitely. But my God, this picture quality. That's crazy. Like compared to everyone else, that's so much better. Anyway, David MP5. Well, I would imagine. Let's see, where is David? Where is David? Why do I not see David? Is there another picture for archers? Why is there no David? So you can't fail the David test if you don't have David, except that's not true. You actually like straight. Am I just blind? I'm looking over and over. I just do not see David. I'm guessing there's other archers that are at the bottom because of the sorter. And like you can't see them, and there's no second screenshot because it can scroll down a lot. So I'm guessing, I don't know what to say here. David NP5, what, he's gold? I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean you grailed him? I wonder if he's 10, 10, 10 and grailed and at the bottom because of smart sort. That's the only thing I can think of. But then why isn't there a follow-up screenshot? Well, if you have David grailed and he's 10, 10, 10, I approve. If you don't have David, then I do not approve. Like, if David is not leveled, that's a big fucking mistake, and you're definitely gonna want that. Let me look at your casters, though. Oh, maximum plot monk, very nice. That's really good. So waver, that's really good. You don't really need to level waver's first skill that much. It's not that big of a deal, so you can just keep them like that. All right, so knowing that you have waver, you still need David, like 1,000,000%. You don't have Merlin, like you need David. So if you don't have it, get it. Gilgamesh good for farming and challenge quest stuff, so that's good. Skill ranks are bad, but he's pretty decent with low skill ranks. Cat is in P4. That's very good for farming if you summon a friend's Scatty and you can use your waver. That still works. Like you can still farm pretty well with that. And you can use switch Mystic Code and then have Gil come up and then use the last NP for the final wave if you need it. So you could really good farming right there. That's great. So you're covered for AoE. You've got Summer, Artoria, Archer. There's so many Artorias. There's so many Artorias. Anyway, very good for single target. It's one of the best. She just has no survival, so it's good to have a backup Archer with survival. But you've got that with Billy and Robin, man, I'm tired. And you got Arash for farming as well. So your archers look great. Your archers are fine. Unless you don't have David, then you need that. I would probably level Tristan, though, just because the Tristan-David combo is so fucking good. And it gives you utility with buff removal, which most accounts need, but not necessarily high priority. So for Gilfest coming up, I would level that Pravati because it's good for the farming and it's good for the Taiga challenge quest. She's like the best DPS ever for the challenge quest. And she's in P2. So I would absolutely focus on that Pravati. Like, super good. You don't really need Ku if you've got Scath and Enkidu. Obviously, if you like him, you still get plenty of value out of him. But you don't really need him if you're okay with using Scath and Enkidu. They're both god tier Lancers, and one's Buster, one's Quick, so you have options there. So just level Pravati. And then down the road, maybe level Karna for the farming. But his mats are so fucked up, I wouldn't really worry about that anytime soon. But yeah, Pravati is absolutely what you need. That'd be pretty high priority if it was me. So for Demeter coming up, do you have Ivan? Yeah, so you just need like a follow-up screenshot to show the bottom. You have an NP2 Ivan at level 90, so he's maxed. I don't know what his skill ranks are, but you're good for Demeter then. You're already good. Ivan is super good for Demeter. So between Ivan and Ushi and Kentoki, easily can beat Demeter. So you got Martha there. If you have Asclepius, you don't have to level her, but still good. But I don't think you have Asclepius. But maybe it's at the bottom and I can't see it. But I suspect you don't have Asclepius, and if that's the case, I would absolutely level your Martha because your account needs anti-debuff. Because you've got some strong shit. You got Waver. Waver to this day is omega powerful. You got Gilgamesh. I mean, you got awesome, super powerful servants, but you have like no way to protect them from debuffs. You might even want to level that Medea Lily because of that. Right now, Medea Lily is a bit different with anti-debuff compared to Asclepius, but she's still good. So for challenge quests and main story down the road, it would not hurt to have Medea Lily and Martha. And if you are willing to level Medea Lily and Martha, you don't have to roll for Asclepius. Like when he's rated up with the class banner and all that, you could skip if you wanted to. If it was me, I'd still do it because I really value Asclepius is just so useful. He's just so fucking useful that I would still roll for him. But you don't have to. If you don't want to, you're like, fuck it, and it's okay. You've got options. Let's see. I mean, Waver is just... Oh, you have Scatty. Oh my god, level your Pravati then. I didn't realize you had Scatty. That makes your Valkyrie... not Valkyrie, your Atalante godly. Because you can use your Scatty and your friend's Scatty, and you can use Switch Mysticode Waver because your Scatty's not 10-10-10, and it's so good for farming. And that's also mega good with your Pravati for like everything. So Scatty is worth leveling up the skills just because she helps with farming so much. And she doesn't really work though until her skill ranks are up. You can do the second skill last though. It's not really a rush. You could just do the first and third. It is rough though. Her maths suck. Between Waver, Scatty, and then Hans there, you've got all your bases covered. So for support, especially for straight value, you'll still need that Martha or something for the debuffs. But you're looking really good there. And you got Mozart too. And that's good. Because you don't have a lot of art support for the big boys, so that's actually really handy. So looking good though, and that Plot Monk will just carry the shit out of you. Like, I mean, you never need another DPS caster, like ever. Like, Plot Monk is just so good. Alright, Jack is in P2, that's so good. I think Jack is such an underrated unit. I think she's so good. She shreds like every fucking Rider boss ever, and she shreds a bunch of bosses that she doesn't even counterclass just because they're female. And there's some obnoxious bosses that you're not supposed to like counterclass, but then they are female, so she can shred them anyway. She loops, you have Scatty. Like, Jack is so good on this account. This is actually one of the few accounts I could say that could probably get away with not leveling 100 Face, although you actually already leveled 100 Face, and that's not bad, that's actually really good. But if you didn't want to level 100 Face, Jack and Shiki and like Carmella are so good that you could just get away with that. But having 100 Face is all the better, right? So your assassins look great. If I was going to level any of their skill ranks, it'd be Jack. Unless you don't like Jack, but if you like Jack, which I assume you do because she's NP2, I would try to get her to 10-10-10. I mean, it's really, really good. Like, she'll just carry the shit out of you. MHX is fine, but because you have Jack, I wouldn't worry about her anytime soon. Maybe way down the line. MHX is better than people think, but Jack is, like, godly. If Kairo's here, I'd like his opinion because he uses MHX a lot. And I do think MHX is pretty good. Like, I really do. She's got a lot of stuff in her favor, but my god, Jack is just so busted. So easy to shred bosses with her. Okay, so Jerker is definitely worth getting the skill ranks up. Maybe not as much because your Beowulf is in P2, and that's really good. And you've got that Hercules as well. But I tell you, Jerker is good. But I would probably focus on other classes. That's something to worry about down the road. Your Beowulf and Herc is like enough. and you've got Lancelot, Torque with Scatty, so all the more reason to level your Scatty skills, your skill ranks. You definitely want to get those up. Yeah, I'd say Scatty skill ranks would be pretty high priority on this account, because it'll help the farming, which will help everything else. But definitely Martha too, your anti-debuff, and then Parvati. Like, that's what I'm thinking right now, is Parvati, Scatty, Martha. That would be my priority right now on this account. You got some other good berserkers though. You have plenty of options. You got you know, Vlad if you ever get Castoria down the road, that kind of thing. You got loads of options with berserkers. Hijikata, very good. But the ones you have already leveled are so good, I wouldn't worry about the other ones. If anything, I'd worry about Spartacus for farming, but I doubt you need it because you got Waver and Scatty. I don't think you need it, so I probably wouldn't level Spartacus actually. Oh, I love the Lobo. My God. We haven't seen this like at all. I love it. Oh my God, he's level 100, 10, 10, 10. There, that's... See, you sacrificed for this, right? Some of these other skill ranks are kind of scuffed, but that's awesome, and that's really good. He's great for a lot of boss fights. You can beat Zeus with that. Obviously, you could use Jolter, but I assume you like Lobo and you want to use him instead. And I think Jolter's Grail too, though. No, she's not. No, I'm crazy. But yeah, Lobo's awesome. The buff removal actually helps this account, gives you utility. With a doggo that strong, I'm jealous. I've always wanted a doggo like that. I really need to get him at a higher NP rank because Lobo's awesome, man, and he's really fun. And I don't think NA has his buff yet, but it's coming. So got maxed out Mash. That's really good. That works with your Waver, and if you have David, it works with that. Luvia would be good for this account, but you got so many good DPSs leveled. It's not that big of a deal. But Luvia is just busted, so Luvia would be good on this account. You might want to level Melt because you don't have an what's her name? Mecha Liz. Too many names. Mecha Liz is not that great, and Melt is a godly alter ego, and for those few fights where the game makes you need an alter, like it really rewards you for having an alter ego. Melt is it's just so good, and she's just good for so many things. This account doesn't need her too bad though at this second, because I don't think there's any like nasty Forerunner bosses for a while. And you have Jack, right? So a lot of times you use Melt to make up, like you use Melt to make up for not having a DPS caster or a DPS assassin, but you have both. You have fucking Plot Monk maxed and Jack. So honestly, you don't need Melt for a while, but it is good. She's a really good thing to have in your back pocket because there's just all kinds of weird bosses that she's useful for from time to time, and Melt is just such an effective unit. Maybe level her if you get like extra embers during Gilfest. Maybe level her to max level, but don't level her skills anytime soon. I feel like that most of the times when you need an alter ego, Melt at 111 is good enough, and maybe get her to 444 or whatever. But I think that's great. Because you've got other options that Melt's not that big of a deal, but just leveling her is no big deal. There we go. We got some fucking apples here, so you're ready for Gilfest if you're wanting to do that. So yeah, it looks good, man. I think you got good stuff. It's just your skill ranks are scuffed. But yeah, my priority would be Parvati, Scatty, Martha. Those are pretty priority for, and Jack. But you don't need her like this second for like Gilfest or anything. But for Gilfest, you want Scatty and Parvati, I would say. Okay, boys. I think we're gonna wrap up there. And just in case anyone missed it, that was Marps' account, and Marps is a regular in our chat, so I'm glad to do that one. But yeah, he looks pretty prepared. I hope Gilfest goes well for him. Hopefully we'll see him in chat again and we can get an update. But thank you guys for hanging out. Let's see if anybody's streaming that we can raid here. I'm hoping Cairo is, but I keep streaming so late that I miss him. He is not. Okay, what do we got out there? We will raid Toho, because he raided us yesterday. He's playing Arc Knights, but, I mean, Arc Knights is a good game. But yeah, we'll hit him up, because he gave us a nice raid the other day. So we will return the favor. Alright, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Probably do some more nonsense tomorrow. I might do a bonus game tomorrow. Just mix it up, right? We don't have to play FGO every day, because there's no event going on right now. So maybe we'll do a bonus stream or something. We'll see. Anyway, I'm out of here. Take care.